Or who's starting the record? Ah, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Right.
Thank you for that.
I understand that Mr. Will Flaherty from the council is now in Mr. Felton's shoes for Zoom purposes.
Brilliant. I was just about to ask that. Brilliant. Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome to another week, ladies and gentlemen. Can I confirm that that everyone can hear me okay? Yes? Okay.
Yes,
now the time's now 9:30, so I'm going to resume the inquiry. Now, as it's the beginning of a new week, I will do a very short introduction, just in case there are any observers that are watching and that have just tuned in for the first time. So my name is, but I won't be doing introductions for the rest of the week. My name is Yvonne Wright, and I'm the planning inspector appointed to determine the appeal made by Healy Development Solutions Broadway Limited against the decision of the Council of the Royal Borough of Kingston upon Thames to refuse planning permission for the proposed development at Tolworth Tower, as I've previously described. Again, just for the benefit of any observers who may be watching, could I just ask the two advocates to just introduce themselves, starting with the council's advocate, please?
Thank you, Madam. Yes, my name is James Burton. I'm a barrister practicing from 39 Essex Chambers, and I'm instructed on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. And Mr. Linus, please.
My name is Scott Linus, Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Mishcon de Rare on behalf of the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Now, before we go on to the more formal matters, can I just run through a few queries so that I can get some confirmation? Now, I've received through from my case officer a copy of draft suggested planning conditions. Now, I recognise that they're still work in progress and that there are still some outstanding conditions. There are 45 in total, which is an awful lot. I did say at the beginning, I don't like lots of conditions, but we will see, we'll go through that. So it's just a reminder, please, to make sure that both parties have gone through in minute detail, because against the 6 tests, because I've actually skimmed through and gone, not convinced. Yeah, there are some already that I'm going, is that really necessary? Does it actually meet the 6 tests? So if you can please, I know you're going through and you're going through the suggested, whether you are in agreement, but whether you're in agreement or not, I will be going through those in some form of detail. And also in relation to any pre-commencement. I did notice there aren't too many, but there are some pre-commencement conditions. So again, I will be looking at those with quite a bit of scrutiny, because obviously the framework and planning policy guidance says that they should be avoided unless absolutely justified. So just to give you fair warning about conditions.
Ma'am, and just to let you know, I mean, we have received comments back from the council on Friday, certainly before you just mentioned those initial concerns with the conditions. My understanding, which I just reported to Mr. Burton, is that the council had taken issue with, I think, 15 of the 45, but we're holding the pen on the conditions as it were at the moment. So we will review those comments from the council in the light of what you have said and get back to the council with your comments ringing in our ears as soon as possible. Okay,
thank you. I was going to say my comments is not aimed at either, but they're aimed at both parties.
Understood, ma'am.
Because I do understand that the council wants to ensure that everything is tied up, you know, every I is dotted and T is crossed, but that's not the purpose of conditions. It needs to meet the 6 tests. So I'm just giving a bit of fair warning to both. So, but thank you, Mr. Linus, for that. We'll come back to, I just want to go through and just note that we'll come back to the revised programme and actually when we're going to be looking at conditions. I know that the core documents list has been updated, so thank you again for that. I know, obviously, items that are coming in as part of the inquiry are now down as inquiry submission documents, so thank you for that, that does help. Can we just move on to the revised programme? Now, I did issue a revised programme. I know that it continues to be a bit of a moving feast, but I hope that we can meet the, I hope that we can get through all of the witnesses that are planned for this week, because I'm not quite sure when that's going to happen if not. Now, I note that some of the witnesses have been moved around. That's to meet availability. So that's absolutely fine. So I understand that we will be dealing with wind microclimate, daylight and sunlight, energy, planning matters, viability and design in that order. Is that correct?
Ma'am,
or potentially, or do you need to move anybody else around?
I think potentially, ma'am, as I hope you have been informed, the reason why we suggested possibly moving Mr. McCurry forward is that he's not available on Friday, and I didn't want to take the risk of calling Mr. Ashdown first and then being at risk of Mr. McCurry's evidence going into the Friday before hearing from Mr. Taylor. Now, I've had a helpful chat with Mr. Burton this morning, and the risk of that happening may not be as extreme as I had feared, because I think, without putting words into Mr. Burton's mouth, by the time we reach Mr. McCurry, there will be a lot of cross-examination on a number of issues that he covers generally in his proof. So it may not be necessary to spend as long as I had feared with Mr. McCurry. So on that basis, it may not be necessary to call him before Mr. Ashdown if we think we're going to be confident after Mr. Stanley's evidence that we're going to get done by Friday.
Yeah. So it sounds like it's dependent on how long
essentially
cross-examination, etc., takes on Mr. Stanley.
And I don't want to put Mr. Burton at any disadvantage, but I think we need to leave it open for now. My preference would be to call Mr. Ashdown before Mr. McCurry, because there's some issues that he deals with that wouldn't be necessary for Mr. McCurry to cover at all. But if we're under pressure time-wise, I may need to swap them round.
Okay, but Mr. Burton, you're aware of that. So if things were to move, then would that be acceptable to yourself?
Oh, madam, I'll simply adapt. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, my learned friend hits the nail on the head. It really is, as I see it, it's all about how long Mr. Stanley takes in evidence. And I am conscious that my learned friend has a chunk of examination in chief for Mr. Stanley. So that may throw my cross-examination, as it were, out of whack in terms of timing. So we'll just have to see how that goes. I imagine, madam, when we get to Wednesday close, we'll know exactly where we stand.
Okay.
I suspect I'll be able to take a decision by close of business on, well, I have to take a decision by close of business on Wednesday on the order.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously. Well, there may be some, I wouldn't say some spanners in the work, but I need to go through timings in terms of when I finish on a couple of days, because it needs to be shorter. So I will just let you know that in a moment. It's not excessively shorter, but I need to make you aware of a couple of things which may affect timings potentially of today or on tomorrow. So I'll just go through that now, just so that you're aware. I need to finish by 4:30 today, and that's the same for tomorrow. So that could impact on how far we get with Mr. Stanley. In terms of particularly today, depends on how far we get through, because I know we've got Ms. Shilston, then Mr. Lonergan, and then hopefully commencing Mr. Stanley. Well, we're going to have to commence Mr. Stanley, I think, to get through everything. Now, I can sit much later Thursday and Friday if necessary. So whether that helps on Thursday to get through Mr. McCurry, I don't have time limits on Thursday or Friday. Okay, so just so you're aware. I mean, obviously, we don't want to be sitting too late. My latest is 8 p.m, I think, but yes, but that was necessary at the time, and everybody agreed, and we just stayed on. So that was fine. I'm not proposing that, by the way. I think 6 o'clock is plenty long enough.
We need a lot of caffeine, madam.
Absolutely, absolutely. Even though I'm caffeine free, but there you go. I will try my best to carry on. So just to make you aware, I wasn't aware of those timings last week, otherwise I would have informed you. But so today I need to finish at 4:30 and tomorrow at 4:30, but Thursday and Friday, no problem, staying later. Okay. Now, so can we try and, I said, I don't want to delay this morning because I know we need to crack on with the witnesses, but I am still a little bit, I just could do with some confirmation about closing submission, when we're going to be doing the round table sessions, whether there has been a discussion about when planning obligations and planning conditions are going to be dealt with, etc.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I've had a conversation with Mr. Burton about it, and it was really prompted by the earlier version of the draft programme where he indicated that the roundtable session could take place in the week before the identified date for closings. I think that was the week commencing the 15th of November for the roundtable sessions. I think certainly my difficulty is I'm not available that week. I'm on another inquiry. And that was the reason why the closing submissions have been put in for the 24th of November. Now, my initial thought had been that because of that availability issue, we would have to see if we could put in the conditions and obligations session in for the beginning of that week where the closings are due to be, which would be the week commencing the 22nd of November. Now, in fairness to my learned friend, I think he's expressed a little bit of concern about the potential for that session going in close to the closing submissions that week. I'd suggested possibly doing the conditions and obligations session on the Tuesday before we came back for closing on the Wednesday. I don't think he's implacably opposed to that, but I think in fairness to Mr. Burton, he does have some concerns about having a bit more of a lag between that round table session and the closing. I think the difficulty is nothing's ideal here, and I'm simply not available the week before or the week before that to do the round table session. So either we put in the round table session possibly on the Monday of that week to give us an extra day between the conditions and obligation session, the closing, or, and this would be, I think, the least preferable option, one uses the date that's been set for the closing to conduct the round table session and then push back the closing by a few days beyond that. But again, we'd need to review the diaries to see what a replacement closing date would be. So I think those are the two least worst options at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Burton.
Yes, madam. Look, I agree with that. Neither's ideal, but we are where we are in terms of diaries. The issue, madam, as I know you're aware, is that we are apart on the Section 106, and there's obviously an important issue between us as to whether there should be a mechanism to ensure delivery of the whole. So that's why it seemed to me that we could all benefit from a bit of a gap between the Section 106 session, in particular. Conditions obviously incredibly important, but I don't envisage those giving rise to the potentially knotty problems that the Section 106 might before we close. Now, in terms of least bad options, I agree with my learned friend that it would be least bad to have that session on the Monday, if you can accommodate that, and then we proceed to the closings. I think it's on the Wednesday. I think it's where we've penciled them in. So Monday the 22nd for the session, and then the 24th for the closings. But I would make a plea, though, that we have, and I know my learned friend was going to take this away to his team and think about it, but we have, as it were, the appellant's final unilateral Section 106 a decent time before that Monday session. So certainly so the council can reflect on it. I imagine you'd want to reflect on it as well ahead of that session.
Obviously, yes. Mr. Linus, what would be the, I mean, would it be available week before?
I think it would need to be, ma'am, yes, because if we had the session, if we were having the session on the 22nd of November, I think it would be necessary for the council to, and you, more just as importantly, more importantly, to see that so that everyone had a chance to reflect on it before we had the session on the Monday.
Absolutely, it's just when the week before. So I said a week before would be the 15th. So would it be available on the 15th?
Can I take, yeah, can I take instructions?
Of course you can,
on
yes.
That? I know that we have sent back some comments on the latest version of the 106 to the council, I think yesterday. Mr. Burton's right that I think one of the main issues outstanding is this point about the insertion of an obligation to complete the development. That may not affect the drafting of the 106 as such, because I think there's a basic dispute between us and the council as to whether or not that obligation should be in or not. It's not a sort of drafting point, as it were. So if that is the only outstanding issue, I don't see any strong reason why that document couldn't be before the council and yourself, ma'am, well before the 22nd. I just need to take instructions to whether 15th is something. I'm
just, yeah, the only reason I've mentioned it is I'm just looking at my calendar myself, and I have limited availability later that week to look at anything. So I would need to look at it early.
Right.
Earlier in the week. So 15th, 16th.
That's helpful. I mean, I would hope that we could deliver it to you by the 15th, but I just need to take instructions from the solicitors who are doing the drafting. That's
absolutely fine. I can, by moving something else around, I could do the 22nd as a sitting day. So that is a possibility if that fits. So if you wish to discuss that and get any instructions, and then following that, if you wish then to, outside of the actual inquiry, speak to Mr. Burton about the timings, then we can discuss it, or if you can give me your conclusions maybe tomorrow morning, for instance.
That's fine, ma'am.
Because then we can just move on for now, if that's okay.
Yes, that's understood, ma'am.
Brilliant, lovely, thank you. Are there any other comments or updates I need to be made aware of?
Yes, ma'am. One point I've mentioned to Mr. Burton, it relates to Mr. Stanley's evidence for later on today. There is a single sheet that we would like to put into the inquiry. Mr. Burton has asked that I send it to him, which I shall do. It's a single sheet relating to this question of diversity, which you may recall, it seems like a long time ago now, but it was debated between myself and Mr.
It does, but I do remember it, yes. I remember it well.
Yes, yes. It's a single sheet that I'll ask Mr. Stanley to explain. I don't need to say anything more about it now, but I'll send it through to Mr. Burton. Perhaps we can come back to it before Mr. Stanley gives his evidence.
If you can, yes. Mr. Burton, I'd like your comments on what you, well, I'd like your comments on that sheet, and then yes, and then I will make a decision as to whether I accept it.
Yes, well, that's why that's why I've asked something like that. It's why I've asked to see it first, because obviously my witness has given his evidence, so it may cause a problem. I just don't know. I need to see it. Thank you, madam.
Sorry, go on, carry on, Mr. Burton.
Yes, sorry, I finished on that topic. I was just going to give you the one other update I have to offer, which is which I've checked with my learned friend, and our understanding is the same. You will have seen, madam, reference in the papers to a judicial review of the council not having issued a decision on the 2018 application, which yes, received a resolution to grant, as we know, in October 2019. And the story up until the point of whenever it was, I think the statement of case was that was at the permission stage, as it's called. So that has now been refused permission at the renewed oral hearing. And apologies, madam, if you know exactly how all this works, but it goes through a paper stage first. It was refused permission on the papers, and then that was renewed in oral hearing. And the High Court judge has, I think last week, refused permission at the oral hearing. So I'm not sure that that bit of litigation is going to go any further, is how it is how that looks. So that's, anyway, that's as it were, a loose end that's been there, and that's the latest state of play regarding it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burton.
Ma'am, I think that's right, in the sense that the judicial review application was dismissed on a renewed oral hearing. I think whether that's the end of the debate between the parties on what happens with the refurbishment scheme, I think that is a moot point at this stage, but it doesn't directly affect the issues that are facing you in this inquiry. Ma'am, if we need to update you on any matters arising out of the judicial review, we can do that. I think, though, my comment at this stage is wouldn't necessarily assume that's the end of the refurb scheme, as it were. But I don't think it's necessary for me to explain exactly why at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So you'll be sending, sorry, just to revert back to this sheet.
Yes,
from Mr. Stanley. So you're saying that that's so it's essential.
Yes, I think so, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'll hear the comments from Mr. Burton once he's received it.
Yeah, I've just received it, madam. I've obviously I've sent it on to Mr. Maguire. I don't know what Mr. Maguire's doing today, but hopefully he'll be able to have a look. I'm look at it at some point. Maybe I can discuss with him around lunchtime. Say.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments or updates, then no, that's it for now. Okay, Mr. Linus, please, then, if you'd like to call your next witness.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm going to call Miss Shilston, and I'll introduce her from her main proof of evidence, if I may. You're Ruth Shilston. You have a Master in Engineering Design. You're a Chartered Engineer and a Fellow of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers. You're an expert in computational modelling, thermal comfort, and wind engineering, and you've worked on a wide range of global projects during your 15-year career, and you've supported successful submission of planning schemes for over 100 projects in the UK, and you have the overall responsibility for RWDI and EMOS Limited for the delivery of this project. And your firm is a global firm of engineering consultants who provide a wind assessment for projects globally for the last 50 years, and you run and own a physical wind testing facility based in Milton Keynes. Are all those details correct, Ms. Shilton?
Yes, those details are correct.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, as with previous witnesses, I think we're going to take the written evidence as read, and what I'll ask Ms. Shilston to do in the interest of time is just deal with a series of headings which summarise her evidence, and we'll dip into her proof and identify the relevant figures as we go through, if that's acceptable to you, ma'am.
That's acceptable, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Shilston, can I start, please, with the broad topic of wind microclimate assessment and industry best practice, please? And can you just summarise for the inspector, please, what the process of assessment involves and what best practice involves insofar as it's relevant to this case, please?
Absolutely. So a wind microclimate assessment is undertaken as standard as part of the planning submission for tall buildings across the UK. The reason for this is to ensure that we have a safe and comfortable public realm and private amenity space, both for building users and for the general public. The assessment is undertaken with three components. So the first, excuse me, the first component is we need to understand for a given proposed building what impact that has on the wind aerodynamics. So if we're building something that's tall, that will alter the wind flow that's approaching the site or flowing around those buildings. It might speed up wind in some places and slow down wind in other places. And to do this, we build a physical test model. And we instrument that model with several hundred sensors at ground and then any accessible upper level spaces. And at each of those sensors, what we're doing is we're blowing real wind from our wind tunnel at the model, and the sensors pick up the acceleration or deceleration of wind in each of those locations. And we do that for 36 wind directions. So we're looking at the wind from all directions that wind can possibly come from, so in 10-degree increments equally around the compass. And that tells us in a pure form, what is the form of this building doing to the wind? The second component of an assessment is climate data. So having understood the aerodynamics of our scheme, the significance of a speed up relates to how likely it is the wind actually blows from that direction with the UK climate, or the climate in this case in Tolworth. If we have a speed up, but the wind very rarely blows from that wind direction, actually that might not be significant for the general public or for building users. So we take climate data from nearby major airports. So in this case, obviously Heathrow is not far from our site, and we actually take 30 years of climate data. So it's a statistically representative set of data. And the reason being, as you'll likely be aware, we have a very varied climate in the UK, which means some years are windy, some years are less windy. And by taking 30 years, we have something that's statistically representative. It smooths out the peaks and troughs in the data. So we combine our aerodynamics with our climate data. And what this allows us to do is for each of the locations that we've taken our measurements, I can, as an engineer, say in great detail that at that particular location, it will be have no wind for X percentage of the time. It'll be 1 meters a second or 2 meters a second or 3 meters a second or 4.5 meters a second, and what percentage of the time each of those wind speeds occur. Now that is a huge amount of data, which works really well for me as an engineer, but isn't very palatable for anyone else to look at. So the third component we have is a criteria, and that allows us to take all that data and say, is a location suitable for the intended use? And in the UK, as standard, we use the Lawson criteria, and the Lawson criteria sets out a series of wind speeds at 95% of the time. So we're saying 95% of the time, the wind will be below a particular speed, and therefore this location is suitable for people to sit or to stand or to walk around. And that's the sort of general process we go through when undertaking a wind assessment. I would note that as I've sort of explained, we end up with this continuum of data, to which with the Lawson criteria, we apply very, very hard lines. So something that exceeds 4 meters a second, say for 95.1% of the time would be classed as standing, and something that's at 94.9% of the time would be classed as sitting. And actually that's a very, very slight difference, but we put very, very hard lines in order to make the data understandable in a planning context.
Thank you very much, and we'll come back to this approach to the Lawson criteria a little later on. The second heading that I'd like you to deal with, please, if you just slow down just a little, just a shade.
Apologies.
Take a note. That's fine, just a tiny shade. The second heading relates to the development of the design of this scheme and your role as part of that. Can you just summarise the work that you've done as part of the wider development of the design, please?
Absolutely. So we've been working with the design teams for a number of years now on this scheme, both looking at the phase 1 tower and the phase 2 additional towers. Initially, we undertake our assessment in the absence of any landscaping or any other intervention. So as I say, it's very much the pure aerodynamics of the tower. And we look at the conditions at ground level and at the upper levels, as I mentioned. The initial assessment that we undertake actually considers the scheme as it is currently. So without any of the proposed changes, either refurbishment or new build in this case, to understand what the wind conditions are in what we would call a baseline or the current environment. And as a number of people will be aware, it's actually quite a windy site in its current environment. Anecdotally, and actually proven through our testing, the car park outside the Marks and Spencers is actually uncomfortably windy for a lot of the winter season. And there are a number of other locations that are windier than desired, and many locations such as local bus stops and shop entrances that are actually very suitable for the intended use. We then model the proposed refurbishment to the phase 1 and the future towers. And what we find actually is that with the future towers or proposed towers constructed from phase 2, that actually improves wind conditions in that car park area. So we actually have an improvement on the ground level wind conditions, which is a very positive thing for the scheme. But we do find that we need to improve wind conditions in some of the other areas. And at that point, we work in what we would call a workshop setting. So we have members of the design team, architectural and landscaping, up physically to our facility in Milton Keynes, and we test different options, looking at, if we were to put landscaping in this location, what impact does that have on the wind? If we change the architecture of the building, what impact does this have on the wind? In quite a collaborative methodology, in order to develop a space and series of spaces that are suitable for the intended use. So a building entrance, we'd want a standing condition, for example, and then areas where people are going to sit, and we would want to have that sitting condition.
Thank you very much. So again, just to confirm, to what extent, as the scheme progresses through design stage, are the Lawson criteria considered when looking at how the scheme is going to be designed and proposed ultimately, Ms. Shilton?
At every step of the stage. So it's sort of the fundamental methodology that's used throughout the entire process.
Thank you very much. And I think there was one point that Mr. Feltham hinted at in his written evidence, which was that it wasn't entirely clear from the way we presented the wind assessment work whether the final measures that were taken to address wind as part of the development as proposed were actually the subject of modelling. Are you able to confirm the position to the inspector, please?
Absolutely. So all of the measures that we state within our reports were tested. If that were not the case, we would explicitly call it out, and that sits within our sort of professional methodology. It's really important to understand what has been tested and what is purely recommended based on expert opinion.
Thank you very much. Now, if we look at the results in your proof of evidence, please, which take on board both the baseline and the proposed situation dealing with the ground level. First of all, please, can deal with this relatively briefly just to set the scene for the podium, which we'll come on to in a moment. But if we take out your proof, please, and we turn to figure 3, first of all, on page 12. This is baseline condition, and one can see the there.
Apologies, I will make the dog be quiet. Oi! Apologies for that. I will let me just shut the dog in a different room.
It's not dogs, it's children.
Apologies for the interruption. I'm not sure what caused that.
Don't worry, I have a dog constantly with me, but she's very quiet. So
mine had been until that point. I'm not sure what had set him off. Anyway, I've shut him in a different room.
No worries.
We were on page 12 and figure 3, I think.
Yes, figure 3 is the baseline ground level wind comfort conditions, and if one then moves on in your proof to figures 4 and 5, we have the proposed developments in the windiest and then the summer season. So again, I don't think ground level amenity spaces are particularly an issue or at all an issue between us and the council. Just confirm again for the inspector's benefit what the overall position at ground level is, please.
In the baseline condition, if you look at the plots, you'll see there's a series of bright colours which are used to denote the different Lawson categories. The colour, I guess, that's of interest is the ones that are the pink dots. These would be considered too windy for general walking around. So in the baseline condition, when we speak to conditions actually not being as good as we would like currently around the site, it's the locations that are marked in pink that we're referring to as being very, very windy locations in the current environment. I'm not certain there is a lot of amenity around the site in the baseline condition. That's something that's sort of introduced by the new development.
But then in the proposed situation, I think you mentioned that it was going to improve in the Marks and Spencer's car park. Is that reflected in these figures?
It is, absolutely. So if you look at figure 4, which is on page 14, you'll see that the Marks and Spencer's car park in the windiest season, I guess I should say we don't show winter or spring, because in sometimes winter is the windiest and sometimes spring is the windiest. So we pick the worst case in each example. So the worst case season for all of the car park improves to be the blue color, which is standing conditions. And you'll notice as well, all of the pink dots have been, they've gone because we've improved the conditions significantly. So they've gone from pink to yellow. Yellow would be what we call strolling, which is suitable for people who generally want to walk around. But the car park at standing is a very good result for that ground level location.
Okay. Now, if we go on to the podium level, please, which is at figure 6 in your proof. Again, a few areas that we just need to cover here based on the evidence of Mr. Feltham as it now stands. But before we get on to some specific points, just explain your position as far as the podium is concerned, please.
Absolutely. So the figure 6 shows the proposed development. This is with the mitigation measures, which is proposed landscaping in this case. And we present amenity spaces, or spaces that people want to use for enjoyment in the summer season. Given our climate in the UK, it's considered the most appropriate season where people are likely to want to sit out. And we would say that for a large amenity space such as this, we would target what we have here, which is a mixture of the sitting in green and the standing in blue. And we would target having sitting in particular in locations where there is designated seating. And we would want to see that green is the dominant color. So the majority of the areas are achieving that sitting condition. But for a terrace of this size, we wouldn't necessarily expect to have sitting everywhere. The example I give is if we were to run this assessment on a major park in the UK, let's say Hyde Park, we would see results similar to this. So we'd have that sort of mixture of sitting and standing. Standing in locations where people are more active. We have discussed before, or Toby Feltham discussed before, that the allotment, for example, is a space where people will be more active. And the children's play area is an area where people would be more active, whereas the designated seating areas, which are sort of around 205 to 208, have that desired sitting result.
Thank you very much. Just to pick up on a few specific points. You were taking us to different parts of the podium there, and I asked Mr. Feltham about the play space and the allotments, which I think you've mentioned already. There's also the amenity space where one sees 212, I think it is, in the middle of that space, and one sees around it 214, 210 as well. Again, what do you take about those results, bearing in mind the principle you've referred to about identifying where is appropriate for sitting and standing?
Absolutely. So obviously those locations report a standing result, which was raised by Mr. Felton and the council as part of their reasons for refusal. Those locations do absolutely report standing, but it comes back to the fact that we're applying very, very hard boundaries to what is in reality a continuum of data. So the threshold for sitting versus standing is 95% of the time, allowing for the variability of climate in the UK. And location 212 actually sits at 94% of the time, achieves that sitting, that desired sitting, versus the 95. To put that in real terms, if we look at the summer season, that means that space is on average 1 day less comfortable over the whole summer compared to one of the more designated seating, one of the areas that reports the green sitting result. So we consider although there are a mixture of sitting and standing where we do have the standing results, they're again quite marginal. They've only missed it by a small amount. So overall, in wind terms, this is a good quality space.
And even in circumstances where you have gone to say 94% and you're in the standing category as you've described, I mean, can you just explain that, put it into context, please, given your remarks about Hyde Park or Regent's Park? This Lawson criterion of standing, can you just give the inspector some description of, you know, what it's like in the wider context, and why you don't think this is a problem, this result?
Absolutely. So if we look at the definition of sitting, that's described as light breezes desired for outdoor restaurants and seating areas where one can read a paper or comfortably sit for long periods. The standing is defined as gentle breezes. Now it talks more in that case around building entrances and pick up and drop off points, but it's still intended to be a space where you would be stood for a long period of time. So it is a space where people are expected to stand or sit at a bus stop and wait for many, many minutes. It's very, very comfortable. It's a gentle breeze. It's not an uncomfortable environment, in particular, given that we're sat right at the threshold between sitting and standing. I mean, I would expect people to be able to sit out in that location 212, which was called out, for almost as much time throughout the summer season as they could in any of the locations that have reported the sitting result.
Thanks very much. Now, this point about the summer season, a point that was raised by Mr. Feltham is that whereas for the ground floor you have results for both the windiest and the summer season, we've only got summer season wind results provided here, in circumstances where one might expect the amenity space to be used even in the sort of winter time or other times of the year at least. Again, can you just explain why you provided the information for the summer season, and what view do you take about whether or not that's adequate in the circumstances of this case?
Absolutely. So it's a standard approach to only present the information for amenity spaces in the summer season, whereas in a ground level, the general public will be using this off-site space near to our building year round, and we want to make sure we're not having any adverse impact on that. People need to walk in and out of the building year round. An amenity space such as this, absolutely, it will be used year round. In particular, you know, we're having a very sunny week this week in October, and I would expect that residents, if this building were built, would be wanting to make use of their terrace during this time, because it's lovely out today. However, the majority of the time in the winter season, unfortunately in the UK, it is quite wet. It can be quite cold. It's not an environment that encourages people to sit out for long periods of time. So as I say, it's standard practice to present only for the summer season. What we can say, and I've looked into the data for this, is during the windiest season, be that the winter or the spring, conditions are no more than one category windier. And actually at the locations we're talking about here, because they are marginal, we would be looking at more standing locations across the terrace. So in the windiest season, we would see more blue and fewer green, in simple terms. And we're creating a space where people can go, they can walk about, they can sit out and they can play. They may not choose to sunbathe for 8 hours throughout the day, but that's true of any public space in the UK, because it's not warm enough and it's not dry enough in the UK to expect people to do that.
Sorry, can I just ask, is Ms. Shilston bringing in new evidence there, or is it available in the documents about the windiest?
I think it was a generalised comment based on sort of experience of wind assessment, ma'am. It's not that. I don't think that's something that has been specifically provided in the evidence in terms of wind results. It's more a generalised comment based on experience.
Madam, I should say I've no objection to this, because Ms. sorry, Ms. Shelton, I have trouble pronouncing Ms. I have no idea why.
Many people have trouble pronouncing my surname.
I'm always trying to say Ms, and I've been called out and said, you're not saying Ms, and I am. Anyway, sorry, no, I've seen Madam Ms. Shilston, either her firm or her, I'm not sure who's the final author of the updated wind study that's in the core documents, does refer there to as a general rule, moving things up one category, one classification, I think the word is used, from the summer season to the windiest season. So I'm not objecting to that evidence, because that's what I've already understood from what's in that updated.
Well, that was my understanding from reading the assessment, but I just wanted to make sure, because obviously, Ms. Shilston, you were referencing the podium. I was just wondering whether you were bringing something new in directly of
apologies,
the podium.
no, I was not intending.
Okay, I just wanted to just clarify that. Right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lynott.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So just to confirm that point, then Ms. Shilston, even on that scenario, what view do you take about the podium space outside the specific results for the summer season that are included in your figure 6?
With all of the proposed landscaping throughout the year, this is a high quality amenity space in terms of the wind environment.
Thank you very much. Now, apart from the podium, the council had raised some points about upper level amenity space, which you deal with at 6.12 of your proof in particular on page 19. Now, again, can you just summarise to the inspector the position as far as the upper level amenity spaces are concerned? You do show those on, are they shown on figure 6, or can you just explain to the inspector what position you take, please?
Absolutely. So as well as the main amenity deck, which we've obviously discussed, there are private balconies and roof terraces on T2 and T3. These report a mixture of the sitting and the standing again. Obviously, a particular resident only has access to their own balcony. Where we're reporting the standing conditions, these sit again as very, very marginal results. I would note that standing conditions for small balconies is generally considered acceptable as a sort of standard practice, because for very, very small balconies, people would likely stand out rather than expecting to sit for long periods of time. We hit a sort of 92 against a 95% target in that case, and that's set out in paragraph 6.12. And then the plots themselves are within our course submission reports.
Very much. And again, I think you've said, consistent with what you mentioned before in terms of the marginal effect of going below 95, the difference.
So it's around 3 days over the summer season.
Thank you very much. And again, in the grand scheme of things, to what extent is that going to be noticeable by residents?
We wouldn't expect that to be noticeable to the residents, in particular because the balconies are quite well daylit, as we will come on to.
Okay, yes. Well, let's do that. Please, you have prepared as part of your evidence of thermal comfort assessment, and just to introduce that, please, can you just explain why that work was done and what its purpose is when set alongside the specific wind assessment and indeed a daylight and sunlight assessment, please?
Absolutely. So RWDI have undertaken a wind microclimate assessment. As discussed, this has been done based on industry standard and best practice. Separately, a daylight, sunlight and overshadowing assessment has been undertaken. I think you're speaking with that witness today. These are undertaken as entirely separate assessments, as has been done as standard practice in the planning process across London and the UK. However, Mr. Feltham, in his evidence and in the Royal Borough of Kensington, Kingston-upon-Thames, delegated officers report, it is mentioned several times that there's a concern that the locations that are windy are the sunniest locations. So the specific reference I have within the RBKT delegated officers report is paragraph 117, which I can read if that's helpful.
Well, I mean, just summarize what you understand it to.
So the very end, the very last sentence said, it's further noted that the areas of the podium amenity deck that do receive at least 2 hours of sunlight are largely identified as having comfort levels of standing in the submitted pedestrian wind microclimate assessment. So what I think has sort of been considered by the council in reviewing the 2 separate assessments is they've tried to combine them. And I do understand why someone might do this. However, it's not an appropriate way of combining the data. So as we've discussed at length, the wind assessment for the amenity deck and for those balconies and terraces was undertaken in the summer season. That's the data that we present as standard. Whereas in the daylight, sunlight and overshadowing assessment, the overshadowing part, which is what considers those external amenity spaces, is undertaken to consider, will there be 2 hours of sunlight on the 21st of March? So we can see very, very quickly that the 21st of March does not fall in the summer season. So to say that a location is overshadowed at the same time as being windy is not appropriate from the data that's actually been submitted as part of the application. In addition to that, the policy D9 tall buildings of the London Plan 2021 has a new requirement that's come out this year as part of that London Plan that says development proposals should address the following impacts: wind, daylight, sunlight penetration, and temperature conditions around the building and neighborhood. This is a sort of new requirement. So having these two requirements in place, rather than just rebuff and say, well, what the way the council has combined the data is inappropriate, we wanted to provide an assessment that does correctly combine wind and overshadowing with temperature and humidity, because it's not just whether you're in wind or shade that affects how comfortable you are. You're also affected by the air temperature and humidity. So what we did was we undertook a thermal comfort assessment. Now, what a thermal comfort assessment does is it takes a wind data and it takes the coincident solar data. So for every hour, it's actually a 5-year data set. So for every hour over 5 years of data, we look at the actual wind speed, the actual amount of sunlight hitting a particular location, the air temperature and humidity, to assess how comfortable an environment is in completeness, the total thermal comfort. The methodology we used was the one set out by the City of London. Obviously, that was developed for the City of London, but it is the best industry standard we have available to us. And it was set out by the City of London specifically because they were unhappy with the fact that the daylight, sunlight and overshadowing assessment is undertaken separately to a wind assessment, and they weren't able to make the conclusions that is wanted to be made in this case.
Thank you very much. And just dealing with the City of London guidance, which I don't think we need to turn it up, hopefully. If we do, we can go there. It's CD 10.9 at the moment, as I understand. But a general point, I think Mr. Felton mentioned, well, obviously, City of London, cafes with workers sitting outside. He didn't think he had any relevance to this case. What view do you take, Ms. Shilston, about the guidance and its relevance?
I think that is incorrect. The City of London place a higher focus on the climatic quality of their public spaces than any of the other boroughs in London. And if you've already given the core document reference, but on page 15, they list out the spaces where the guidelines would be applied, and they include play areas, they include parks, they include building terraces. And although the City of London is predominantly a business district, there are a number of residential schemes in the City of London, the Barbican probably being the best known of those. And as new residential schemes come forward in the City of London, we fully expect that these guidelines, and the city have indicated that these guidelines would be applied. for any residential development that came forward, as well as a commercial development.
Thank you very much. And can you just explain in summary form to the inspector, please, what the thermal comfort assessment you have done shows, in particular regarding the areas that have held concerns for the council under the wind assessments?
Absolutely. So as I've said, we undertook this thermal comfort assessment using the City of London guidelines, and they, similar to the Lawson criteria, apply labels to different space types to define how usable that space is expected to be. And I'm just going to pull that up so I can find the right page number. So again, we present color plots. In this case, the assessment's undertaken using computational modeling rather than the physical testing, because that's how we need to assess the solar. So on page 17, which is figure 7, we plot out the annual thermal comfort results. So this removes that conversation about summer versus winter, windier season. What we can see is for the very large podium deck, the majority of locations across there are expected to achieve what we would call all season, which means it will be comfortable for residents to use throughout the year. There are some small areas that only achieve the seasonal, which means it'll be less comfortable, still comfortable 70% of the time, but less comfortable in the winter season. And that's the very northern corner, which is sort of overshadowed by the Premier Inn, and then the very, very edge of the podium deck just above the Pocket Park, which is slightly windier and overshadowed, but the majority of the spaces, including the grassed area at location 212, reported the all season. So it sort of reinforces that this is a high quality thermal environment for residents.
Thank you very much. And again, so far as the point may be made, well, as far as the podium is concerned, you have annual thermal comfort results which show that you can use that space throughout the year, but the results are not as good for the upper level amenity terraces. What view do you take about that?
They're still achieving what we would call seasonal. So that means that they are of a high quality for residents to use 90% of the time, spring, summer and autumn, and up to sort of 70% of the time in the winter. Now, again, to revisit the UK climate, we have a very, very wet climate in the UK. To expect to sit out for 70% of the time in winter, I don't think we'd find that many dry days, unfortunately, in our climate. So again, we would consider this a very high quality result. This shows these spaces are really good for residents.
Thank you very much. Bear with me. So overall then, Ms. Shilston, bearing in mind where the council's objection to the scheme started in wind terms, drawing together the wind evidence and the thermal comfort evidence that you have provided, what conclusion do you want the inspector to record about the quality of the amenity spaces proposed in this scheme?
It's my professional view in terms of climate, microclimate, these are high quality spaces.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Mr. Burton, if you want to move into your cross-examination, please.
Yes, thank you very much, madam. Good morning to you, Ms. Shilston. I'm going to apologise again in advance if my estuary English means that I can't quite get it right. So I'm always trying. Now, first question, which I do try to ask of all expert witnesses, is just to have you please explain the split of your instructions as between, on the one hand, local planning authorities acting with their planning authority hat on and developers, please, if you're able.
As in the work that we do in my role, or for this project?
The work that you do Focusing on you.
Absolutely. So I would say the majority of the work that we do at RWDI is on behalf of developers, probably at the 90% mark. However, we do work directly for a number of local authorities. Those roles include working with them to set guidelines. So the City of London guidelines that we've referenced, RWDI were the lead authors for, hence I can speak with some authority on them. We also provide a peer review role for a number of local authorities across the UK, where we would assess other people's assessments of this type.
Thank you. Well, I didn't know that about the City of London guidelines, but now I do. So that's a bit of interesting information. Thank you. Now, in terms of your involvement here, you were actually already answered the question that I had for you. But I just want to be absolutely specific about your individual involvement. So I had picked up that that your firm went back to the Tolworth Tower only application, which we're calling the 2018 application. And does that include you yourself?
It does, yes. Wind was not actually formally part of that submission, but it was something that was undertaken as part of just ensuring that this is a good quality development. Yes,
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, I have personally been involved in this scheme throughout RWDI's role working on it.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Great. Right. So I'll deal with things by headings. We don't have that many headings to get through. And some of them, I think, will take us not very much time at all. First of all, wind. I will come on to thermal comfort in due course. Most of my questions are about wind, though. Okay. And the first subheading here is the policy and guidance matrix. I don't think we need to take very long on this. There is no dispute, and you give, if I may say, a very helpful potted summary at page 18. Sorry, not page 18, look at the wrong page. Very helpful potted summary in your proof at page 7, Ms. Shilston. There is no dispute that wind microclimate is something that needs to be considered on this planning application, clearly. You pick out a couple of references. I don't think we need to turn them up, but you pick out in the London plan, of course, policy D9, which concerns tall buildings, and it's paragraph C3. It's actually C3A, isn't it? If we're being absolutely precise, that's the one that says, if we turn the words around, the comfort and enjoyment of open spaces should not be compromised, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and you also refer to the council's SPD, and that, of course, madam, is CD 516. But I don't think we need to pick it up, Ms. Shilston. But it essentially, there are, as you've noted, there's reference to need to, or the desirability, or whatever the term is, for private amenity spaces to have pleasant microclimate without strong winds or overshadowing. And we could go into those documents, but actually I'm not sure it's necessary, because it's common ground. One needs to do this work and see what the wind microclimate is like. So if we go straight then to your assessment, which is CD 28, and I'm going to thank you very much for setting out points in your proof, but I want to start with that updated wind microclimate assessment, because that's, as I understand it, Ms. Shilston, where we've got all the wind data in one place. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, great. Okay. So that's CD 28, please. And are you working electronically from the core documents?
I am, yes.
Great. Okay. So, and madam, I'll just wait for you to give me the nod that you have that up.
Sorry, I've had it up from the start. I do apologise.
Great. Thank you, madam. So at page 4 of the document, Ms. Shilston, and this I believe this one does, I think, seems to be helpfully set up so that we have electronic and actual page numbers matching. At page 4 of the document, it tells us, and I'm just reading to these words, if you can pick them up, that there would be several areas which would require mitigation measures to alleviate unsafe and or uncomfortable wind conditions, including, quotes, throughout the podium level, and localized areas. Also, I know localized areas of potential seating in the pocket plaza and certain balconies on T2 and T3. So obviously you needed to put some mitigation in, of course. And then the conclusion we have at page 5 is that with mitigation, quotes, wind conditions would be suitable in terms of comfort for the intended use. And there's one exception to that, as I understand it, which is in the pocket plaza at, I think, the entrance to the commercial unit under T2. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll come on to these points in a little more detail. First thing I want to discuss with you here, when we're in this assessment, is the Lawson comfort criteria. Obviously, they are very well known and entirely accepted. In terms of pedestrian comfort, so you've set them out at page 11 of the assessment, which is what I've been working to, I appreciate what you say about, well, where do the percentages sit? But what the Lawson criteria say is the comfort criteria seek to define the reaction of an average pedestrian to the wind as described in table 1. If the measured, this is you explaining, if the measured wind conditions exceed the threshold wind velocity for more than 5% of the time, then they are deemed unacceptable for the intended pedestrian activity. And the expectation is that there may be complaints of nuisance, or people will not use the area for its intended purpose. So, I mean, this is your explanation. So that's the way the deeming works, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, that is how we have set it out. And obviously we have not introduced into evidence all of Lawson's literature. I'm not seeking to introduce new evidence, no. But there is always an intention that it's applied in a flexible manner. It's not intended to be black and white, which I appreciate in planning and legal terms is more challenging. But yes, I can appreciate the point you are making with the words that we've written in this document.
Yeah, well, it's a bit more than that, because unless I've missed it, and it's why I checked with you that your updated assessment gives me all the wind data. Unless I've missed it, Ms. Shilston, you don't, in that assessment, give us, for instance, a big long list of figures showing us, well, at this probe it's X%, at Y probe it's Z%.
No, we don't. So this assessment is set out as we would normally as standard for planning. Some of the percentages that you referenced were included in our statement of proof, but you are correct. It's not standard practice to include those percentages. That is something we consider as engineers when we're assessing it, which again is obviously not written evidence in this case.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, as standard, the majority of local authorities across London consider standing for balconies and terraces to be acceptable in the summer season, as sort of standard common practice, with an aspiration to be better than that where it can be. There are very few councils that set out, I mean, if you'd like me to list the councils that do, I can, that set out their expectations with regards to wind comfort. It's usually for us as the professionals to set that out.
Yeah, and you've done that at page 11, and I'm working to it, The point I'm making, and I hope you don't think it's unfair, is that if one's going to start saying, despite what you said at page 11 in this assessment, well, you know, this spot, I'll give you the percentage for that spot, and it's not that far away being in the next classification, as it were, then, well, surely one would need to see the whole suite of percentages, and then we can have a very long and rather tedious discussion about percentages. You see what I mean?
Can I just draw you to page 13, however, where we've set out in section 4.2, we set out the desired pedestrian activity around the proposed development. And there we say for the fourth bullet point within that section says that sitting or standing use conditions during the summer season on balconies and private amenity spaces. So the intended result for balconies and private amenity spaces is sitting or standing.
Yeah, Ms. Shilton, I understand, but do you accept the point that if one is going to do what you have done in your proof, which is say, well, yes, this area is as a matter of generality, this area is a standing area, but it's actually not that far from being a sitting area, it's X%. If one's going to take that kind of approach, which I think we agree is not what the assessment says in terms of the way the deeming works, but then B, one needs to have the whole suite of percentages, doesn't one?
You can make that argument.
Yeah, well, I will.
You have made that argument, I should say. Yes, it is a fair argument for you to make. The intended result for the spaces we are discussing is sitting or standing. The reason we provided those additional percentages was in direct response to the council's objection. So our original submission, which you are referencing, sets out that standing is acceptable for private amenity spaces. The council have come back and said, we're unhappy with standing, which was, I guess, new information post this document being submitted. Hence why we have provided the percentages to show that actually, although we are getting the standing which we consider acceptable, it is not far beyond the sitting that the council have asked for.
Okay, but my point is, you've provided me with a small handful of percentages, and we don't have all the percentages.
That is correct. I have not provided you with the percentages for every single location across the site. My apologies for that.
Well, I just, you know, making sure we've got what first of all, we've got what we want, or I understand what we've got in front of us. I mean, the next point on this percentage issue is, of course, if I've got this now, I mean, I may be struggling with it conceptually, and apologies, I'm very much not an engineer, as my father will constantly remind me. But
all right, I'm not a lawyer, so we're all good.
The way the laws work is that if you have you set a certain wind speed, and if you're basically slower on the winds than that wind speed, is this the right way round? If you're slower than whatever that wind speed is for 95% of the time, then you're in the gentler category.
That's correct.
And
yes.
then so on and so forth. It drops down. And I mean, this point that you make about the expectation being that if you're not in that 95%/5% realm, there is this expectation that there may be complaints of nuisance, or people won't use the area for its intended purpose. I mean, that you stand by that, presumably.
I do stand by that, yes. Yeah. But as I said, the expectation for the balconies and private amenity was sitting or standing use.
Yes, sorry. I understand. I understand you're very focused on the balconies.
And the private amenity. So I'm reading the entire
sorry.
sentence.
Well, the balconies are the private amenity, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah.
There is no other private amenity other than the balconies. Okay.
Actually, I challenge you on that. Our definition of private amenity is not accessible to the general public. So actually, when we refer to private amenity, we mean including the car park deck. So we have a definition of private versus public. So public amenity is accessible to the general public, be it parks or the seating area. The Pocket Plaza would be an example of public amenity, whereas private amenity in our definition is only accessible to the building users, i.e. private to them.
Right. So your definition is actually different. Are you aware of this?
No.
From the definition that everyone else has been using throughout.
That's my apologies for that. I was not aware of that, but I will now be aware of that. No, okay. My apologies for that.
Okay. Gosh, how confusing.
Yes, that's a standard that we've always used. Private versus public mean, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll see what we make of that, Ms. Shilston, as we go through. If we just stick for the moment though on the laws and criteria at page 12, the comfort criteria, and this description of the sitting as light breezes desired for outdoor restaurants and seating areas where one can read a paper or comfortably sit for long periods. So we are talking, aren't we, about essentially somewhere that you would think is a pleasant place to read a book or read the newspaper.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And the strolling category or classification, which is the next windiest. Sorry, the standing. Apologies. Standing, which is the next windiest. Thank you. So by description or definition, that is not where one would comfortably sit for long periods doing that reading.
No, one is not the negative of the other. It means it will be less frequently suitable for that. But within the standing category will be all of the sitting. In some ways, actually, the way the thresholds are presented on the table 1 is unhelpful, and what I'm learning through this process is how we can tighten up our documents, because in effect the standing is 0 to 6 and then the strolling is 0 to 8. So within the standing you will have a percentage of the time that is within the sitting category and then a percentage that's within the standing. What the sitting says is that 5% of the time is standing, strolling, walking, uncomfortable. And what the standing is saying is that 5% of the time is strolling, walking, uncomfortable. So within the standing, there will be X percentage that's sitting and X percentage that's standing. So to say a location is standing does not mean you would never sit in that location.
Oh, of course, no, sorry.
You would sit less frequently.
Of course not. I mean, there are clearly days of the year when it's completely calm and still, and every single part of an area will be recording sitting. Clearly,
absolutely, yes.
Yeah. So, okay. This, I think the next sub point is about the windiest seasons versus the summer seasons. Now, the assessment says, and this is page 6 of the assessment, so going back, and the fourth paragraph of that, it says that the assessment focuses primarily on the windiest season and the summer season results when pedestrian activity generally requires calmer conditions. Okay, so that's the focus as I understand it. Now, as to what is meant by the windiest season, am I right that one goes to Appendix B, which is electronic page 53, where one sees the Beaufort?
I'm just going to remind myself what's in there.
So whiz to that. It's got a heading that suggests we might be in the middle of a kind of asteroid storm. I think that's a typo.
Meteorological data, yes.
Yeah.
So the windiest season varies.
Yeah, sorry. Is that the right place to look though? Is that are we in the right place?
I'm not sure where you're going with the question, so I'm not entirely sure.
All right. Okay. Well, page 55, where we have the meteorological data. As I understand it, in the middle there, is this right? In the middle is the Beaufort.
Yes, that is correct.
So color coded. There's red at the bottom, and then a purpley color up at the top, and yellow, and light blue, more or less in the middle.
So those are what we would refer to as wind roses. So
these are wind
climate
roses.
Data that we have used. So my 30 years of climate data. This is how we present it graphically.
Yeah, exactly. And I've correctly understood this. And these are telling us, for you, they're probably telling you many more things. But am I right that they're telling us at least two things? One, they're telling us something about prevailing wind.
Correct. So the prevailing winds in the UK and in London and southwest London are sort of south round to west throughout the year.
Exactly.
And then we get a secondary peak in the spring.
Yes, where there's a little bit of a shift in that, and I've understood that. And the other thing they're telling us, and this is presumably why we've got the helpful Beaufort color coding in the middle, and then on the wind roses, is they're telling us, as we interpret them, what times of the year the wind is strongest in. Is that right?
Yes, it's showing the wind strength from each of the directions.
Exactly. And I've been very crude about it, but because my eyesight isn't quite good enough to pick up the oranges and the reds, I can see where the yellow splodges are though. And I know that's Beaufort 4. And what we see, don't we, is that the yellow splodge, and indeed, I think probably the green, but concentrate on the yellow. The yellow splodge, which is Beaufort 4, is largest in the winter. And then you've got autumn and spring where it's smaller, and summer where it's smallest still. Correct?
That is correct.
So what that is telling me, at least, but you tell me, Miss Shilston, if I've got this right, is that the winds are strongest in the winter. There's a drop down, more or less level pegging autumn. Not quite, no.
So the reason we say windiest rather than just presenting winter is that when we get northeasterly winds in the spring, often when it snows, when you get snow coming in, those can be stronger from that direction than the equivalent winter winds. So if the building aerodynamics were, and they do not in this case, were to accelerate winds from the northeast, then you might see a stronger result in the spring than in the winter. But in general, yes, it is windier in spring, windier in winter, and less windy in summer, in very broad brush terms.
Yes, that we can see, I think, in nice and clearly. But so just to be clear about this particular site, okay, and this particular scheme. So you just said something here about, you just said something a moment ago about I know you need to explain it about whether or not the scheme is actually accelerating northeasterly winds. And I think you said it isn't.
Not primarily. I would, and I'm not proposing to, would need to go through the data to confirm for every single location whether there was that northeasterly, but broadly speaking, the prevailing southwest or south round to westerly winds due to the orientation of the towers are the winds we are most interested in.
Okay.
But there may be locations where that northeasterly plays in, and due to the building aerodynamics, we're always considering all 36 wind directions, so it's an accumulation. I guess not to delve into too much detail, but nuisance can be felt, or the results can be due to strong, very strong winds from a small number of wind directions, or medium winds from all the wind directions. Those two events can result in the same Lawson category.
Yes.
And the same level of nuisance, because it's a statistical process.
Yeah, I see. Okay. So I can take from this that I have got it right, that the spring, the autumn and the winter are windier than the summer.
Correct.
Got that right. It might not be the case that the winter is always the windiest, although
correct,
probably because we're most interested in the southwesterlies.
Yes, I think, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, can we just have a look, please, at page 13 in the assessment? So we're back into the main text, and I know, Miss Shilston, that this is a collaborative document, but as it were, I'm treating it as your document. Am I right or wrong to do that?
That's correct. So it's an RWDI authored document. I have overall responsibility for the work that we do.
Exactly.
Which means I have reviewed it. I did not write the initial draft.
Okay, fine, understand. All right, well, if we hit any problems, then please shout. 4.2, desired pedestrian activity around the proposed development. I want to ask you about this, please. So it's talking here about the general approach to mixed use development, correct? It's not actually at this point talking about this scheme specifically.
This is a standard list that we include in all reports for planning, unless the local authority has overriding policy.
I see. Thank you.
Which they do not in this case.
Yeah. Okay. So looking down the 4 bullet points there. So first of all, the author suggests a target of, and the author suggests a target of strolling during the windiest season on pedestrian thoroughfares. And obviously to understand that, one needs windiest season measurements, presumably.
Correct.
Yeah. And then next one, we've got standing conditions at main entrances throughout the year. And so just reminding ourselves of the classification, that means strolling would fail the target conditions.
Correct.
Yeah. And then we have sitting conditions at outdoor seating during the summer, when these areas are, quote, more likely to be frequently used by pedestrians. Now, I know there's no mention there of the windier seasons, the spring, the autumn, and the winter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then now the final bullet, and I wonder about this, perhaps in light of our earlier discussion. So this is where, and clearly I'd read this final bullet as referring to balconies and private amenity space in the sense of genuinely private for the individual household, as it were, amenity space. But have I got that wrong?
Yes, my apologies, and I was unaware of the wider definition. Within these reports, we're hopefully very clear about where something impacts the general public, because when we are developing a scheme, obviously we do not want to have an adverse impact on the general public. And then when something is for the private use of the residents in the case of a residential scheme. So the amenity deck was intended to be included within that final bullet point, except where designated seating areas are, which would obviously fall into the bullet point above.
Yes, exactly. Well, you anticipate my question, because
we define as having seats in effect.
Right.
And I think it comes down, I'm certain we're leading on to that point 112, it comes down to, is that a sitting area or is that an amenity space?
Yes, so we're coming on to the dread probe 2112 in due course. Absolutely. Now, obviously, because these are, you very kindly said, these are general, these are standard bullet points you include in any case, unless there's some overriding LPA policy. Okay. Clearly, these bullet points, you produce them whether or not one has a scheme like this, where, if you'll forgive me for using what I regard as, well, what the term that we have been using throughout the inquiry, private outdoor amenity space, meaning outdoor amenity space that is just for that apartment. Okay, these bullet points are not adjusted to cater for what we have here, which is, of course, with the Tolworth Tower, for however many hundreds of units, no private outdoor amenity on any balcony, of course, at all, are they?
No, but we would use these for similar. This is not the only scheme where that is the case, and we have applied these to all other schemes where residents do not have private space. So this is standard for all residential developments that we work on.
Okay. So there's going to be quite a focus, and we'll come to it on what is a sitting area, basically. What is an outdoor seating area? Okay. Now, as we go down page 13, we get to the point that Madam Inspector picked up, which we'd obviously both noted, which is this: achieving a sitting classification in the summer usually means that the same measurement location would be suitable for standing in the windiest season, because winds are stronger during this period. So, am I understanding correctly that as a it's really a rule of thumb, and I'm not quite sure, and happy to hear you explain it, Ms. Shilston, but as a rule of thumb, one moves up a classification from summer to the windiest season?
It perhaps should say no more than a category, and I can give an example. If we go back, I'm going to scroll down the document very, very quickly and find a page number for you. Within our figures, which I have down on page, I'm getting this at 34, 33 and 34 figures. Find some figure numbers for you. Figures 6 and figures 7, which are ground level. If we focus for a minute, actually, maybe you can tell me when you've got there and before I start speaking again.
Yes, we'll make sure Madam Inspector is there.
I'm there.
Okay.
So figure 6 is the ground level wind conditions prior to us doing any mitigation. And then figure 7 is the summer season. So that shows you for the ground level, the difference, which I think is sort of typical, shall we say. So if we look at the Pocket Park, which is another amenity space, one we are not debating at length.
So this is your configuration 2.
Yes, it is. But it's more to illustrate an example. If we look at the Pocket Park on figure 7, which is the summer season, if you take the 6 points that we have covering it, which are, apologies, my eyesight is not as good as it could be.
Well, 173,
173 through 178.
Yeah.
You'll see we have 3 of them at the green, the sitting, and 2 at the blue. And then if you look at the figure 6 above, you have 2 remain as green. So 2 of them have not gone up a category. The remaining have all gone up a category. So I think that sort of illustrates that it's no more than a category increase.
Yes, I see. So you've got out of the
6 points, 2 have remained.
Out of the 6 points, you've got well, it's two-thirds. Is it 2/3 have gone up? Is that right?
2/3 have gone up, yes.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, thank you. That's a helpful way to illustrate it. Okay.
It's a different location, but hopefully that shows the point.
Yes, but that is obviously, if I've understood correctly, a rule of thumb that one needs to actually have measurements for to see how it's actually playing out. As you
yes, I mean, as I've said, as standard, we present the summer season because that is the time of year when it is most amenable. I think a lot of the conversations have come down to how will this perform in winter, which is evidence we have not introduced, which leaves us sort of using rules of thumb or expert opinion.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And the final point, which I'm sure you'll come on to, is that, again, we were targeting that mixture of sitting and standing, providing desired seating areas have the sitting. So it very much comes to defining where those seating areas are.
Yeah. I am coming on to that. Don't worry. Yeah. I mean, there's no dispute between us that for the desired seating areas, the classification it should be sitting. I mean, that's clear,
yes.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And I promise we'll get to Mr. Price's landscape drawing in due course. Just before we do, though, can we go to pages 14 and 15, please, and let's just look at the various configurations tested. So we know, and you've explained why you did what you did, that although the ground level was tested for the summer and the windiest, the elevated tested only in summer. It follows from that in terms of the elevated, we are only being presented with the figures for the least windy season, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got to do a certain amount of extrapolating, basically. Correct?
And that is yes, that is correct. As I say, it is standard practice in planning submissions to only present amenity spaces in summer. So
yeah, okay. Okay. So, and in terms of the configurations tested, it's configuration. I mean, when Madam Inspector is asking herself, what will conditions be like for the future residents of this scheme? It's configuration 4 that we need to be focusing on, isn't it?
That is correct.
Yeah. And that is because that's the one with mitigation. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which in this case is the landscaping.
Which is the indeed. And I'll come on to that. Now we've got, let's just deal with the ground level position. And I'm sticking in the assessment still. So page 43 of the assessment, that's where we've got configuration for public plaza. And we can see the offending probe, as it were. which is 178, correct?
Correct.
So that's the strolling one, and that's at the what I believe is the entrance to that commercial space under T2. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So you suggest here, and actually just before we, I think if we just go down 3 pages to page 46, because you've also run testing in relation to wind safety, and that of course is the location where S15 would be exceeded, and that's right, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what you suggest in respect of this spot, and for this I think we need to go right back up to page 26, and paragraph 6.1.2, is some form of solid screen 1.5 meters high to the south, correct?
Just finding the right. Yes, so this is, and I think it's clear that was the element that was not tested, hence was not included in the results. Everything that was presented as results was tested.
Exactly. So that, yeah, so that bit of mitigation has not in fact been built in to configuration 4.
No, and I think I believe is within this report is that is again an exceedingly marginal location, which if nuisance is reported, this is a relatively simple retrofit.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I mean, you do say about, you seem to be talking about this, the magnitude of the exceedance is less than currently occurs around the existing site, and as such can be seen as an improvement over the baseline.
Yes, so in planning terms, the reason we run the baseline is to understand the current wind environment. In a more dense urban environment, obviously Tolworth is quite an isolated site, but in a more dense urban environment, if somebody else's buildings or if there are existing wind problems, then you don't have an obligation to resolve them. This site is unique in the fact that the entire site is owned obviously by one developer. So there is an aspiration to improve on existing problems that are known. So overall, at ground level, we have significantly improved conditions across the site.
Yeah, but of course, as I think you pointed out, Ms. Shilston, at the moment, the site doesn't actually have amenity areas.
No, but it does have building entrances. So that is obviously an entrance to a commercial unit. So we're treating that location as the entrance rather than the amenity space.
Right, I see. Well, if we just look at what the existing areas are that experience these stronger winds. If you go to electronic page 32, please.
Yep.
So if I've understood correctly, this is so we're looking again at the pedestrian wind safety, but now in configuration 1. So this is existing, and if I'm reading this right, it's all the grey probes. Correct. That we're interested in, and they are around the southern, broadly speaking. We can see where they are. They're all around the southern area of the Tolworth Tower. So,
yes, and underneath the overhang.
Exactly. There's one under the Undercroft in the Undercroft area, and then the others around to the east. I mean, none of these are actually at any of the retail entrances, are they?
I believe the Undercroft is used not for storing shopping trolleys. People do go in through that space to access things like shopping trolleys.
Well, sorry, yes, but it's not an entrance.
It's not at a building entrance. That is correct.
No,
yes.
No, I mean, so we just need to be a little bit careful about comparing a position with an entrance to a retail unit on a pocket plaza under the scheme with what's actually happening now, obviously, don't we?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. Let alone, of course, is there any pocket plaza or anything like that at the moment? Clearly not.
No.
Yeah. Just on this 1.5 meter screen, how far would it have to go? I understand it would have to go to the south. I'm just trying to visualize.
It would in effect be in reality, architecturally, it would likely be a sign. You would put in a solid barrier that would be sort of 1.5 meters deep and the height of the door that sort of almost like framed the doorway. So it would be signage, or it could be a green planted structure or hedge or something like that.
So it'd be right. So it'd have to be 1.5 meters wide, and the height of the door, whatever that is, 2 meters.
Probably 2.2, yeah.
2.2 or something like that. And how far from the door would it need to be?
Anywhere on that corner would be effective.
Okay.
1.5 meter high, apologies, and just 1.5 meter high and wide just to the south. So yeah, we would I recommend it sort of sits on the corner.
Okay, so 1.5 by 1.5, anywhere on that corner. Okay. Okay. And may I ask, given that you have identified this as a particular problem, why isn't the mitigation for it built in?
I think that came down to just the sort of time available and working really hard on the other areas. It's a very minor exceedance, and it's a known method to resolve it. So although it was not tested, it is known that introducing screens of this type are very, very effective at resolving very local issues, because the issue is local to that building entrance.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. Now, going to the podium, the deck, and trying to understand the mitigation provided there. Could you help me, please? First of all, let's go to page 24 and paragraph 6.1.1 and make sure I've actually understood what is being said here. And you'll see these words: the landscaping at the podium is also well designed from a wind perspective, as the mounds provide shelter to the seating areas whilst obstructing the wind flow across the podium. Now just hold that, as it were, hold that thought. And have I correctly understood, when we go to electronic page 55, so which is right down towards the bottom, of course. Now it's a little bit fuzzy on my copy, but I can see in the key that there's a reference to areas that are described as mound 1.5 meters tall, and they are blue areas.
That is correct.
Do you see that? Now, is that when you say at 6.1.1, the mounds provide shelter to the seating areas while obstructing wind flow across the podium? Have I got it right? You are talking about those mounds shown on the key and on the plan.
Yes, that is correct.
Great. No, I thought I'd piece that together. Okay, thank you. And then the other, the broader query about this, are all the features that are shown at that page 55, are they all mitigation, or is it only some of them?
So we included the proposed landscaping scheme as proposed, as designed by the landscape consultant. In addition, we worked with them to evolve it. So it's a sort of collaborative effort.
Yeah.
There's certainly elements that could be removed and we would still have a high quality environment in this space. But in the process that we went through, we tested the proposed landscaping and then introduced additional elements where we felt they were required. Most notably, there are some screens that are shown to the north of the podium.
Yeah, I've got you. So
which I don't think are under contention, but those were introduced by us. Whereas the landscaping scheme is a collaborative effort.
Got you. Right. Okay. So we had to take the mounds. They were already there, and there's lots of other evidence in the case about structurals and where mounds can go and so on. But so they were there. They were providing some shelter, which you've noted in your report, and then you then added some other bits. So to take another example, there are various areas on this page 55 that are coloured a kind of orangey brown, and the key says they are planter with planting 1 meter tall. You see that?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I'm taking it that whether or not you introduce them, they are serving a wind function as well.
Anything that you introduce in a space will act to slow wind down by, in fact, sort of creating a roughness. So anything we're introducing that's a meter high, be it for wind purposes or landscaping purposes, all sort of accumulates together to improve the wind condition.
Okay, and what did you introduce these, or were they part of the landscaping scheme already, as it were?
I think the majority of those were part of the landscaping scheme already.
Okay, can you remember what you introduced?
No, not. My apologies. Off the top of my head, other than I know for certain the screens shown in purple were quite critical from a wind point of view.
Yeah,
I think, and I'm working from memory here, we worked with the proposed landscaping plan, but we increased the quantity in various locations. So it's the spirit of the plan was as intended by the landscape consultant, but there were areas where we said, well, can we increase the quantity in this place to provide more shelter?
Yeah, I see. Do you know if these things that are a little in the shape of submarines around the North Point and Travel Lodge were one of those things you increased?
I honestly can't remember. Okay. My apologies for that.
Right. No, that's fine. Could you just explain these removed elements on the upper floors? What's all that about?
So we tested with the landscaping, with proposed landscaping on the private terraces, but I think there was further design evolution of those post our testing. So the results we presented actually show without landscaping in that location. So should landscaping be introduced, actually they would improve from our presented results.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, fine. Thank you. Now, I said we come to Mr. Price's plan, and we will. So do you have Mr. Price's proof of evidence? If you're open,
but I can find it.
Okay, so it's CD95, and it should be the final page, has his landscape plan. Sorry, it's not quite, well, it's not the final page because he's got a summary proof afterwards, but electronic page 28 has his landscape plan. So could you turn that up, please?
Yep, that is open.
Thank you. And if you have that up, and at the same time, we need in your wind assessment the configuration for the podium, which is, I believe, is.
Could we work from figure 6 in my statement of proof, because that is one overlaid on the other?
Well, no.
Or okay, no apologies.
Sorry.
No, you made me go somewhere else with it, but that was carry on.
You by all means have that open as well if you want,
Okay,
but I need to have this. I'd actually need to have them separate to explain something to you. Okay.
No apologies.
So,
carry on.
So electronic page 45
of my document
of your assessment. Okay. So that's the updated wind assessment. So there we've got the podium, and for good measure, we've also got bits of the balconies, correct?
Yes, correct.
Great. Okay. So what we now, and forgive me, Ms. Gilson, this is precisely why we actually perhaps shouldn't fall into your figure 6.
Okay.
Look, if you look at Mr. Price's appendix, so look at his landscape plan. Can you see that the area that we know, of course, is probe 212? That is intended as of the two large areas of lawn, which would be artificial grass, these mounds, that is intended as the one that does not include play space. Can you see that? What you have to do is you have to look at where Mr. Price has drawn yellow lines in his key at the bottom. The yellow lines show all his play space, formal and informal.
Yes. No, I see the yellow lines. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
So what the intention is that this area of lawn with 212, that is to be the lawn seating area that does not include play space. Okay.
I'll have to accept that. Yes, that I'm interpreting the document as I look at it, but the intended use of that space, I think, is a question for the landscape consultant. But based on what you are showing me, it is an acceptable conclusion.
Yeah, well, that's very fair and very proper. Now it does follow, and this is why we need to do it in this way, that your proof at paragraph 5.15, if you look at that, it is incorrect because you have misunderstood this area as play space, haven't you? You see, standard conditions.
Yeah, we did consider that to be a more active use space. So yes, it does. We have stated that is play space 2 and 212.
Yeah. Okay. Now, obviously, and with your very appropriate previous answer, it's a matter for the landscape architect. Ultimately, it's a matter for Madam Inspector, of course, as to where where residents could reasonably expect to have their outdoor sitting area. But on the hypothetical that 212 is an area where residents could reasonably expect to have their sitting area, then clearly we can see it's not on the Lawson fit for that purpose. On that hypothetical, correct?
Yes, on that hypothetical, I mean, we intended for designated seating areas. So yes, it is a question for the landscape consultant whether that is a designated seating area or a general amenity space. And for Madam Inspectorate.
Yeah. And it follows, I think, through that when we turn to your proof at paragraph 610, and you say at that paragraph, specifically the locations reporting standing conditions between T1 and T2 are in play space, the allotment and thoroughfares for residents walking onto and across the podium, that is incorrect.
As I say, based on what you have shown me, but yes, my understanding is that's still intended to be a more active space rather than having seats, as it were.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, as I say, and I don't want to take over long on this with you, Ms. Shilston, because your area is your area, and of course you very properly acknowledge that Madam Inspector will decide where people should and shouldn't be entitled to sit. But the as a matter of general approach, surely you would accept that people, particularly people who have no private balconies of their own, would expect to be able to sit and read a book on an area of lawn in the communal garden,
which they will be able to do for the majority of the summer season. But based on the strict application of the Lawson criteria, we do miss that by a hair's breadth.
Yeah, but I think you've accepted my question and caveated. Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. And of course, I know, back to our discussion about what the mounds are doing, that this lawn is one of the mounds that is providing a sheltering function, as it were.
Yes, the mounds in general will be slowing the wind down by various changes in height.
Yeah.
As well as having many other landscape functions, I'm certain.
Yeah. Okay. And we do need to remind ourselves that we're only looking at summer conditions here, don't we? And we need to think about taking things a classification down or windier for other times of year, or for the windiest season. Right?
Up to one category windier.
Up to one category. Now, what we don't know, of course, and I mean, you've remarked on the pleasant weather now, but we may have different expectations about when one should be entitled to sit out. But of course, what we don't know, because we don't have the information, is how many areas on the podium would achieve and wouldn't achieve sitting in the autumn or the spring, do we?
We have not presented that data, no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry, Miss. I'm looking. Madam, I'm furiously looking for a point, because I know that I'm just about to come to it. So, because I'm very conscious of the time, and I'm just checking my final win questions, because I'm going to stop, and then we'll do thermal comfort after a break.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Burton.
Thank you. Just so on that point, we don't have the data. Presumably you'd accept that it's certainly it's a live question of interest as to whether or not areas on the podium would or wouldn't be suitable for sitting in the spring and the autumn in terms of their amenity value.
Yes, I can understand why that question is of interest.
Yeah.
I cannot obviously introduce new evidence to demonstrate those results. So I'm not sure what the step forward from that would be.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's very helpful. Thank you. Well, I suggest, Madam, we break now. I don't have. I can tell you I don't have many questions on thermal comfort, but it is 11:30, so it seems like a sensible moment to pause.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. I appreciate that. I would like to break if we can come back at 12 o'clock. Ms. Shilston, just a reminder that you're not allowed to talk about the case to anybody because you are still in cross-examination.
Understood.
Thank you. So I will adjourn for now, and if everybody can return at 12, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Burton, do you want to resume, please?
Thank you very much, Madam. So, Ms. Shilston, thermal comfort then. Now, tidy some preliminary points out the way, if we may. Thermal comfort, it's right, isn't it? Formed no part of the application submission documents.
Correct.
Nor the updated submission documents.
Correct.
Nor the appeal documents at the time of the appeal.
No, they came in with my statement of proof.
Exactly, yes. And it came in with your statement of proof. Were you aware it came in unannounced? No warning to the council that this was being done?
That I can't speak to, I'm afraid.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, it relies on the City of London December 2020 document, which is headed City of London Thermal Comfort Guidelines, and we've got that at CD 10.9, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So you will need that document, please. You may note, Ms. Shilston, that the council had to introduce this to the inquiry because we didn't have it anywhere.
Okay.
Okay. Now, were you aware? Are you aware this document has no status in planning terms in the Royal Borough?
That is understood.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, of course, given the date of it, and actually given what you told us earlier about your involvement in it, that document was available to you, the appellant team, I presume prior to the actual submission of the application, certainly prior to the appeal.
Yes. Yes, I would need to check all the dates.
Okay.
But yes, I believe that would be correct.
Well, I mean, it's got on the face of it a December 2020 date. You must have known of it. I presume you knew.
It's been in development for some time. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right. So let's turn it up. And could we turn, please, to what is page 5 of the document, but electronic page 3? Because I think
it's double paged, isn't it?
So I think it's double paged.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes. So introduction.
So the introduction, exactly. Now the first point I just want to just note with you and just explore is that it states there that it's concerned with the City of London's public spaces. Okay. Now I can't see that it refers to non-public outdoor amenity space. Have I got that right?
I would need to go through in detail. I guess to put the use of this document in context, what we have done. So I guess as I discussed earlier, the council have introduced the idea that we should consider overshadowing and wind together. In order to do that appropriately, we need to consider a thermal comfort assessment. We have used this methodology. I am not applying the guidelines as a planning approach. I'm using a methodology that's robust and well regarded in the UK, is becoming the industry standard. So I'm certain we can go line by line through this document, and but the intent was to reference it as a method, as a engineering methodology.
Okay.
But yes, I would need to go through in detail and understand. Yeah, I can't speak to. Yeah, I would need to reread it and see whether it look out for a location where it talks about private spaces.
Okay, fine. That's fair. It continues down the page, and I picking up these words. Do read. Remind. I mean, you're very familiar with it, obviously, but do
yes, I would
yourself,
note actually the preliminary within the. So RWGI, and with myself directly involved, did the engineering behind this document. A lot of the prose was authored by the City of London. So I can only speak based on my understanding of their intent when it comes to the policy side of things, because that within the document is their expertise, obviously. But yes, go on.
Thank you. Look, it continues, and pick up these words, please. It says it's a new initiative within the British planning system, indeed probably globally. It explains in very brief terms how the guidelines were developed. I don't think you actually get the acclaim you clearly merit there, but anyway. And then it says, it is anticipated that these guidelines will be the subject of frequent and continuous updating and review. Do you see that?
Yep, that's correct.
So quite clearly, this is not being presented as the finished article, is it?
I would, and it's not in evidence, so I'm not sure how the equivalent wind guidelines developed by the city have not been updated for 2 years. So it will sit for a number of years before it is updated. It will not be updated before the end of this year, certainly. So they've now been in force nearly 1 year, and there is not an update coming, I can tell you that. So it's not something that's going to change week on week.
Well, look, that's not quite my point. The point seems to me, the point they're making there is that this is a very new initiative, maybe the first in the world, and these guidelines will be the subject of frequent and continuous updating and review. My point is that they are not yet at the stage, given how new they are, where this is it, and they're not going to change in the future. That's what that's telling us, isn't it?
That would be the case for every single aspect of the submission of this building, in that the daylight sunlight is currently being reviewed. The continuous improvement is part of our planning process. So yes, you are correct. This is not the final version, because that is the case for all of the technical disciplines within a planning submission.
So for you, it's an irrelevance that what's being done here is a new initiative for the British planning system, indeed presently probably globally. Is that relevant?
This is the industry best practice for undertaking thermal comfort in the Greater London area.
Sorry, well, it's in the City of London.
Correct. So it has been developed for the City of London, but it is applicable across Greater London. The methodology doesn't change because we are in Tolworth.
Well, I don't want to go back. You've already agreed with me. It has no planning status.
It has no planning status. But in terms of engineering methodology, it is as applicable in Tolworth as it is in the City of London. So yes, it is not on the Royal Borough of Kingston upon Thames's, planning policy.
All right. Look, if you turn to page document page 11, electronic page 6, please, and just read the words there. Now, have I correctly understood that thermal comfort, and by thermal, I take that to mean something to do with being warm or cold or I mean, that's how I understand that word. Thermal comfort refers to how warm or cold it feels. I mean, the feels like is the, it's the quote there, isn't it? Have I got
that is
right?
correct. Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. I mean, it's, healing back. And what this isn't purporting to show us is one's emotional response to sunlight or shadow, as the case may be. Is that right?
Yes, that would sit well. You have a witness who will speak to daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing in its purest sense. So yes, it is not looking for an emotional response to whether I am in sun or shade.
Yeah, exactly. But it's how warm or cold it feels like. We're not looking for, it's not measuring emotional response. Brilliant. Okay. I think I've understood it now. I mean, I was looking at that.
Apologies, it is as you say, very new. So
well, I was looking at that figure 3. And I mean, yes, it's a pretty picture, but I think we've managed to capture it now. Okay, great. Now, obviously, as we continue through this document, it's profoundly City of London focused, isn't it? I mean, there's all sorts of
by definition of who authored it. Yes.
I mean, there's minutiae about particular streets and so on and so forth. And then we get to we get to what at electronic page 15 to document page 29 is a recommended approach. Actually, sorry, just before we get there, page 21 in this document, electronic page 11. I mean, and I make clear these are obviously very particularly City of London focused comments, but I note that they say here, which I imagine is a matter of generality, there are obvious differences, particularly in winter, between the high thermal comfort qualities of the lower density development in some areas with generously proportioned public spaces bordered by relatively small developments, and the lower thermal comfort qualities found around the city cluster of towers as a result of increased shadowing and windier conditions, which I presume is all pretty obvious, I presume.
Yes, none of that is a surprise.
All right. Okay, fine. Okay. And then it says this down towards the bottom. The shadowing and higher wind speeds in the city cluster, which were negatively impacting thermal comfort, is now creating a slight benefit under the warmer summer conditions. However, this small benefit in summer is outweighed by the negative impact in the rest of the year. And presumably that's, again, fairly obvious.
Yes. I mean, in the UK, we obviously seek out sun because we have a relatively cold climate. But when it's exceedingly hot for many days, again, we're all aware of overheating challenges, certainly more for the elderly and those who are less physically able. There is a need for shade in extreme summer heat.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anyway, we get to page 29, which is the recommended approach. And so that's electronic page 15. And can we just have a look at these words here? The recommended approach, as I'm understanding this, is that thermal comfort studies should be conducted in parallel with the wind microclimate and the sunlight studies to contextualize the results of those studies in terms of overall thermal comfort. Have I got that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So clearly what the authors are not saying is thermal comfort trumps wind and sunlight studies.
No, but it does provide a context to understand how to combine them, which is what the council have sought to do. You cannot combine them otherwise.
Well,
from an engineering point of view.
do you see why it was important that we agree that thermal comfort isn't measuring the emotional response to something being in sunlight or something being in
Certainly. So I'm not here to speak on behalf of the daylight sunlight overshadowing assessment, because I did not. I do have expertise in that area, but I cannot speak to this particular assessment strictly on daylight sunlight overshadowing, because obviously it's not my study. I've not undertaken it. But I can speak to it is invalid to combine them without undertaking a third assessment.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to open up the debate with you, Miss Shilston. Just so you're clear about the council's position. The council's position is it hasn't combined them. It's looked at what they both say. Okay, and there may be a subtle distinction between those. All right, but I don't think anything productive will flow from a debate with you on that. So, all right. So let's come to what you get out of your thermal comfort, and reminding ourselves thermal comfort is warm or cold, how it feels like, at 516 and 517 and figure 7 in your proof. So this is page 17 of your proof, please. Now, I want to read these words at 516, and I'm focusing on the podium. Okay, in terms of thermal comfort, results for the podium and rooftop terraces are shown in figure 7. The majority of the podium reported all season, which means that it will be comfortable for residents to use throughout the year. Small areas reported seasonal, which means that these areas will be comfortable for residents to use spring, autumn. This positive result is due to the high degree of direct solar, which reaches the podium deck, meaning that although standing use is reported in terms of wind, the overall comfort conditions are excellent. Okay. Now, could you please take up Mr. Lonergan's proof? So CD96, please. And in that
let me bring that up. Apologies.
Yes, absolutely.
CD96, which is the daylight sunlight proof.
It's the daylight sunlight proof, correct? And when you've got there, Ms. Shilston, could you please go to Appendix 2, which is at electronic page 16?
Yep, I am there.
Now, brilliant. Now you will see. From the flyleaf, which is the previous page, that this is the updated August 2021 sunlight amenity study. Okay, so although it's got a slightly confusing March date on it,
the March date will be the way the assessment's undertaken.
Exactly.
Yes,
yeah. So
I'm familiar with the methodology that has been followed by the team at EB7.
Great. Okay. Now, take a moment to just absorb the figure, and you'll see that this is for the 21st of March of the year. So that's the equinox. And you will see that there are some areas towards the north of the podium and also towards the south. But let's concentrate on the north for now, please. That will have less than 2 hours sunlight on the 21st of March, when we are told in the little text down by the no bar, do you see the no blue bar?
Yes, yep.
That the effective day length is 10 hours. Okay.
Yep.
Right. So the northern area, and one of these areas of blue, you'll note, is immediately adjacent to the east of Tower 3. And I don't know if we need to look at it again, but we took out Mr. Price's landscape plan a little earlier. And you may recall that that is where there is the main area. It's the larger of the playground areas.
Yep. No, I'm familiar with that. Yep.
Okay. So what we have clearly is an area that will have, and we need to remind ourselves, it will have less than 2 hours sunlight per day.
No, it will have less than 2 hours sunlight on the 21st of March only.
Oh, well,
you cannot extrapolate that to 6 months of the year as the council have done.
Well, this is why I find it so fascinating.
As I say, I don't want to speak on behalf of the witness for E7 because he is the expert on this assessment. But the result presented there tells me that on the 21st of March only, there will be no more than 2 hours of sun. It does not mean that there won't be more sun at other times of year when the sun has shifted. And those won't necessarily, although I can't speak for this building because I haven't undertaken this assessment, you might find that you get winter sun coming into those spaces due to the location of the sun in winter. So this is where the wind and the sun are both limited when considered separately, which is why we tried to provide the council with a more complete assessment.
So you're working on the basis, and this is so important to understand, you're working on the basis that actually the amount of sunlight will increase as one gets closer to January.
I cannot speak. I do not know because I have not undertaken this assessment. What we have done is undertaken an assessment where we assess the amount of sun every single hour of the year, daylight hour, obviously. So we have to undertake an assessment that considers every single hour of the year and looks at the amount of sun landing on the ground or on the podium deck for every single hour of the year, and then combine that with the other climatic variables. Whereas this assessment, which is 100% the planning standard BRE guideline approach, only considers the 21st of March.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's very interesting. And of course, as you say, combine it with the other variables.
Yes. So if you get a sunny, cool, low breeze day, it'll perform very well in terms of thermal comfort. If you get a cloudy day, then obviously there's no sun on the ground due to the cloud cover.
Yeah, but the way the thermal comfort works, as we've discussed, is if in terms of warmth or cold it feels comfortable, then as it were, that's okay, and one can have a situation where one doesn't have direct sunlight, but it can still feel thermally comfortable.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I mean, that's very helpful. And I can explore with Mr. Lonergan what the position is as regards daylight and sunlight. So if you could you just give me one moment, please, Ms. Shilston. I'll need to check with my team.
Have we had a long engineering discussion?
No. I'm not going to do that. But I just need to see if they have any, if they want me to ask you any additional questions. So I'll just give it a moment, just to see if they want to pop up and say anything to me. But if we don't hear anything, then I think we'll take it. I think we'll take it. Not okay. Fine. Okay. Well, I've had nothing. So those are my questions for you, Ms. Shilston. Thank you very much for answering them.
No, my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. If I can go straight to Mr. Linus then, please, for re-examination.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, just a few questions, please, Ms. Shilston. If we go back to the beginning of the cross-examination, you're asked some questions about the evidence that you'd given on marginal differences between the results and the 95% aspect of Lawson criteria. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And there was some questions put to you about the fact that the information that had been included within the assessment work that you had done in your proof doesn't have percentages for every single sensor location. Do you recall that?
I do, yes, that's correct.
Yes, just want to, in the context of the reason for refusal that has been advanced by the council relating to the standing results on the podium deck and the upper level amenity spaces. In that context, can you just give the inspector your view, please, on whether it's necessary in reaching a view about the council's reason for refusal to have the percentage figures for every location that's been included in the assessment?
No, because the council have only, in essence, challenged the quality of amenity space. That is the reason for refusal.
Thank you very much. So bearing that in mind, given the figures that you have provided on the percentages, where there's a difference between 95 and others, is that or is that not sufficient in your view to allow the inspector to reach a view on whether the amenity spaces covered by the reason for refusal are acceptable in win terms?
It is my belief that's acceptable. Yeah, that should be sufficient information.
Thank you very much. And you were taken to the approach in your wind assessment to the Lawson criteria and the 5% figure where you said you stand by the part of the proof where you said if they exceed more than 5%, then they're deemed unacceptable for the intended pedestrian activity. When you sort of apply that to the specifics of this case, can you just explain to the inspector, bearing in mind the evidence you've given on percentages, how the 95% should be applied?
So when we look at the results, we have to present in terms of the hard Lawson categories, because that is the process. But we aim to apply engineering judgment in collaboration with a design team to understand, in reality, what is the quality in this space? Is it actually very, very good for the intended use in an area where we have chairs and tables and, you know, restaurant seating, cafe seating? Then we provide, you know, we're looking for the highest quality of sitting in a park type environment, which is what I think we are aspiring to create here. This mixed environment, or locations which sit just below the sitting and the standing, we consider acceptable. This is a good quality space for the residents. So yeah, we always apply judgment to the hard engineering results.
Thank you very much. And on page 13, you're asked questions about the fourth criterion under 4.2, sitting or standing use conditions during the summer season on balconies and private amenity spaces. Now, obviously, Mr. Burton has referred to a degree of confusion, at least on that side of the virtual inquiry room. Can you just explain why you approached private amenity spaces as including the podium deck in this case within that fourth bullet point?
As I think I explained, when we consider spaces, we consider them as public, i.e. accessible to the general public, or private, only accessible to building residents. So that podium amenity deck, it's my understanding that the general public will not have access to that unless they are guests of residents of the building. As such, it's private to the residents of the building only.
Thank you very much. And in that context, why did you identify sitting or standing conditions as appropriate within that space?
Because we have that mix of conditions reported. If hypothetically the podium deck was all standing, we would consider that was not acceptable, because there are no areas of of the higher quality sitting. But given we have that mixed space, the majority of which is sitting, residents have a choice. They can choose to sit in a location that's in the sunshine and sitting. They can choose to move in the afternoon to another space that might be in the sunshine and calmer winds at a different part of the day. They have all these different spaces that's in part created by the skill of the landscape consultant, and in part due to the climate that's inherent from the wind and the daylight.
Thank you. And just to try and stick with the results for the amenity deck for a moment. You're asked questions about location 212, and perhaps I could just cover those here now. They were asked later on in the cross-examination. One point that was raised was that, well, we don't know what the position is in terms of results for the windier seasons in the autumn and the spring, as well as the winter. And you said, well, no, those haven't been provided. But bearing in mind what you just want to place that in context, another part of your earlier oral evidence, you referred to the part of your assessment where you recognised that in the windy season you could go up a category, as it were. Can you just explain how that sort of plays out as far as 212 is concerned, and identify with the inspector whether you think there is enough information to reach a judgment overall on the acceptability of the play space at 212? Amenity space at 212.
I wasn't sure if I should correct you there. Given the marginality, given how close to a sitting result we are, it would be reasonable to expect it would remain a standing use during the spring and autumn, certainly, and most likely in the winter also.
And again, I know you were asked questions about being identified as play space, and you were asked questions therefore in the hypothetical that this is a wider amenity space where you wouldn't expect to sit all the time. I mean, on that issue related specifically to 212, you've identified that as a play space in your proof, but if that is treated as an amenity space and it's not children's play space, particularly, again, in your experience, if it is treated in that way, so it's not children's play space specifically, what view do you reach about the results for 212, including adding up a category, if you like, for the windier season?
We viewed that as a lawn type space, so people will use it for sitting, and it's certainly suitable for sitting for a lot of the warmer season. But we anticipated that people would also use it for standing, for walking around, for potentially doing keep fit classes. There are many different ways that space could be used, as opposed to some of the other spaces where I know dedicated seating has been provided. And as such, we really want to ensure that people can sit in the spaces that have actual chairs and tables.
And to the extent that they start, even regardless of your point about where the particular percentage sits for that location, a standing result. To what extent does that mean you can only stand there?
It means that it doesn't mean that at all. It means that you can sit there for slightly less hours of the year than you can in the locations marked sitting. Yes. So I would expect that people will sit out in location 212, maybe for a few hours less than they would sit out in the surrounding spaces reporting sitting, but it's not a significant difference. It's not a poor result.
Thank you very much. Now, you're asking questions about the Pocket Plaza, including the result outside the Class E unit. I don't think we need to take up the plot for now, but do you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
Now, I just want to understand this. If you look at your proof, please, page 19, very briefly. Paragraph 611 on page 19.
Yes, I can see that.
You say there, towards the end of that paragraph, strolling conditions are reported at the entrance. In my view, this is acceptable given the nature of this entrance. But should there be any concern, this could be addressed simply through the addition of a vertical screen in the building corners, as we've mentioned. So, starting point, first of all, what do you take about that result, even on its own?
So my understanding is that entrance relates to the cafe that would then have the seating within the pocket plaza. So again, it'll be far more highly trafficked in the less windy seasons, because it is, again, it's an amenity use entrance. And as I say, it's another result that falls very marginally. I accept we've not provided percentages for that, although within our initial submission document on the strong winds point, it recorded strong winds for 2.4 hours in the year against a threshold of 2.2 hours per year. Hence, we are able to say that is very, very marginal. Hence why we didn't do detailed testing of the mitigation there. We know it can be resolved very simply.
Okay, but I mean, is it acceptable or not in the absence of mitigation in your view?
In my view, based on judgment, it's acceptable. Based on a hard application.
And as far as the council's position is concerned, if we look further up that page in your proof, this is the extract from the committee report, and we're going to see the pocket plazas mentioned there.
I do apologise. I'm not sure Ms. Shilston had actually finished her answer.
No, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Based on a hard application, and I do apologise, but
I know. Yeah, it's fine.
We'll go back up to the top of page 19 then. The paragraph there is the end of paragraph 120 of the committee report. The pocket plaza is dealt with there. Centre of the pocket plazas indicate it's suitable for standing in the windiest season. Acknowledged out the rare being more heavily used in the summer, which indicate to have a sitting comfort level. So again, do you understand the council will be taking any particular point about the pocket plaza as far as its opposition to this scheme is concerned?
Just reading through it 1 second. So this is paragraph 6.9, paragraphs 120.
Yes, it's your extract from the committee report. Again, the basic question is, do you understand the council taking any issue with Pocket Plaza?
No, they just seem to have stated what we have reported.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, very briefly, thermal comfort then, please. You're asked some questions about the City of London guidance, in particular at page 3, where there's reference made to public spaces being covered by the guidance itself.
Yep.
If we take out the document very briefly, don't want to spend time on this, CD 10.9, and we look down to PDF page 8. And why is thermal comfort important? And there's a reference there in the second paragraph, understanding thermal comfort conditions enables new developers to design and deliver new public spaces that has microchromatic quality, informs the location of roof level public gardens and terraces, play areas, pop-up street markets, and so on. See that list?
Yes, yep.
Obviously, that's what reference is made to as far as public space are concerned. But again, as far as the engineering methodology that you mentioned is concerned, is there?
There's no distinction between public and private. It's still quality of public spaces.
Thank you very much.
And again, I would restate the reason the city brought these in is because the city has the highest expectation of amenity space, more so than any of the other boroughs, by bringing this new requirement in. So yeah, whether it's a play area that's public or private, from an engineering point of view, doesn't make any difference.
Thank you very much. And I think finally you're asked questions about the fact that thermal comfort deals with a feel-like quality, not necessarily the emotional response specifically to wind or overshadowing. I mean, to what extent in your view is the feel-like quality dealt with in thermal comfort relevant to the basic question of amenity?
How comfortable, so wind on its own provides an assessment of the impact of that climate variable on the quality of spaces. Daylight, sunlight, and overshadowing also, although I can speak to that less. A thermal comfort is giving us that complete picture of how comfortable a person will feel. And we have to use the word feel because as humans, we're responding to the environment that we are in. It's a felt condition.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. I don't have any further questions, Ms. Shilston, so I'll be pleased to hear that you are allowed to leave the witness stand and there will be no more questioning. So you're released from that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Linus, can I then ask you to call your next witness, please?
Ma'am, do you mind just giving me 1 minute while I put some documents away to get other ones out? Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I'll switch my camera off just momentarily. Right, thank you very much, ma'am. I'll introduce Mr. Lonergan from his proof of evidence. You're Jonathan Lonergan. You're a director and owner of EB7, Specialist Daylight and Sunlight Consultancy, founded in 2007, where you've practiced for the last 9 years. You hold a degree in law from Queen Mary University of London, but did a sensible thing and followed that by a Master's of Science in Surveying from the University of Reading, and moved into Daylight and Sunlight instead. You've 16 years of experience as a specialist practitioner, having previously employed as a consultant at Gordon Ingram Associates, and you've been a director and founding member of the Daylight and Sunlight team at Savills. And you say in your proof you've advised a wide variety of clients on a variety of schemes, including many large schemes in London and throughout the UK. Are all those details correct, Mr. Lonergan?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Now, as with other witnesses, I want to take all of your written evidence as read, and I just want to go through a summary of the main points you would like the inspector to note. Perhaps we can do that by way of introduction and dealing with the chronology and particularly the reasons for refusal. Now, we know reason for refusal referred to proposals, the tall buildings in particular, compromising comfort and enjoyment of the private and communal open spaces. And reason for refusal 5 was drafted in terms whereby it said it's not been robustly demonstrated that the proposed amenity space will be of good quality given the incomplete assessment in relation to sunlight and overshadowing. So again, in that context, can you just explain what had been done with your original assessment, the guidance that it was applying, and what you understood that reason for refusal to relate to, please?
Sure. So reason for refusal in respect of sunlight amenity and overshadowing to the podium space would be assessed by reference to the BRE guidance document, BRE 209, which I think has been referenced earlier this morning. And going to the heart of that reason for refusal was the issue that potentially we hadn't robustly demonstrated we would meet the BRE targets due to the exclusion of a small area of the podium from our assessment. As we've seen a little while ago, I believe, the assessment of sunlight amenity to open spaces is undertaken on March 21st. And to meet the BRE targets, 50% of those spaces, at least half of them, is to receive at least 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st. And if a space achieves that, it is deemed to be appropriately sunlit throughout the year. Turning to our original assessment, which is figure 1 in my proof of evidence.
Just below paragraph 5.6 on page 7.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Monaghan.
So turning to figure 1, there was a small area of the deck at the top of the existing car park ramp, which wasn't included in our initial study. And when that area was excluded, exactly 50% of the podium space met the BRE target. So we were exactly at the target value based on that assessment. And my understanding, based on the further detail given in the officer's report, was that there was a concern that if that additional bit of space at the top of the car park ramp had been included, that may be less well sunlit and therefore pull the overall area of compliance below that 50% target.
Okay, now at that stage, just to ask a question, were you aware of any concerns being expressed about areas within the assessment which are otherwise indicated in blue as far as their specific use is concerned, whether it be play space, allotments, anything like that? Are you aware of any such concerns being expressed?
No, it was purely around overall compliance with the 50% target.
Okay, so following on from that then, just explain what you did.
To address that potential concern, we undertook further studies, and this is figure 4 below 515 or above 516 in my proof, which included that additional semicircular area. In doing that, by including it within the wider podium, it removed kind of part of the kind of structure between that area and the podium. But in assessing the additional space, we found that that semicircular area also received in excess of 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st, such that overall, when that was included, the podium as a whole achieved 53%, which is obviously above the BRE target value.
Okay, so bearing in mind the way this has been addressed in the committee report, to what extent, in your view, did that extra work resolve the council's concerns or otherwise?
In my view, that work would have completely resolved that concern.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the March 21st date, I have put questions to Mr. Feltham on this, but just so we can be clear about it for the inspector, can you just explain the relevance of that date and how that relates to shading conditions throughout the year? What approach do you take, please?
Sure. So the March 21st date is the equinox when the sun is at the midpoint in the sky. And there's an acceptance within the BRE guide and within the target set out therein that shading levels will change throughout the year as the position of the sun in the sky changes. That March 21st assessment date is taken as a midpoint, effectively saying that either side of that date, shading levels will change, and it can be anticipated that broadly, moving into the summer months, shading levels will reduce, and broadly, moving into winter months, shading levels will increase. However, that is very specific of the structures that we're assessing and where the sun is within the sky. But coming back to the original question, that's taken as a midpoint. And again, the 50% target is also a midpoint, effectively saying, look at an area of open space, look at it at the point when the sun is at its middle level in the sky, and then achieve 2 hours of sunlight, an appropriate amount of sunlight over half of that space on the assessment date, knowing that broadly into summer, things will improve, and broadly into the winter months, things may get worse.
Okay, so just to develop that one stage further. If, for example, you have an area which is overall slightly below the 50%, so the high 40s, what does that mean in practice as far as what happens after the March the 21st date?
In practice, that will generally mean that as the sun increases in altitude, that space will become more well lit as you move into summer months. And it can happen very quickly, depending on the exact nature of those obstructions.
Thank you very much. Now, next, please, there were references in Mr. Feltham's proof where he took the figures that you have produced, i.e. the 53% of the podium individually and 56% of the overall amenity space, and he regarded that as borderline, I think was his word again. What approach do you take to that characterization of the results?
I don't consider those results to be borderline. As we just mentioned, the BRE specifically take that equinox date and the 50% level as a midpoint. So therefore, when you achieve that, things will inherently improve throughout the year. Things may get worse moving into summer months, but by just achieving those, you're fully meeting the BRE targets, that the space will be appropriately lit throughout the year when taken as a whole.
And similarly, if one looks at your figure 4, which is the revised sunlight amenity assessment, is it right, in your view, to look at the blue areas, which are the areas which don't meet the 2 hours on the 21st of March, and presume that that means they're poorly lit, as I think was another expression used by Mr. Feltham?
No, I mean, those areas show that the specific spaces in blue in that figure do fall below 2 hours on March 21st, but it doesn't tell you anything about the quality and how close to that 2 hours those spaces may get. And that really kind of drives to 2 potential issues. One is that the BRE targets are to be applied flexibly. So the fact that a space falls below 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st isn't in itself kind of fatal to being acceptable. But also in terms of quality, it doesn't show on that figure how close to the 2 hours those spaces get. And indeed, an area achieving just kind of marginally less than 2 hours could still be of appropriate quality on those dates. To inform that, we undertook a further study, which is a graded study, figure 5 or appendix 3 in my proof, and that looks at all of the areas that achieve 2 hours of sunlight, which are in, bright yellow, and those areas that fall below 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st are in cooler colours, with those kind of coolest colours closest to the base of T2 and T3 being areas that get very little sunlight on March 21st. However, what you can see from that study is large areas only marginally and very marginally dropping below the 2 hours. It's almost imperceptible on our gradient because you have a lot of spaces that are just below the kind of bright yellow, almost kind of slightly dirty yellow, as it were, that are achieving 1.7, 1.8, and very close to 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st. So the mere fact that a space falls within the blue on my figure 4 doesn't tell the whole picture in terms of the quality of that space and how close it gets to meeting those targets.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, your figure 5 doesn't have the key, but the key appears in your appendix 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Rogers, it should read with the key at appendix 3.
That's fine. Now, Mr. Feltham's evidence related first of all, to the formal play area, which is to the north of the podium, and part of the allotment garden as well. And he's essentially applied the 2-hour 50% guidance to those specific areas within the scheme. Yeah, what response do you have to his view that your results indicate an issue with those particular parts of the site?
I think isolating those areas does move us away from the reason for refusal. Obviously, that was specifically related to the concern that the podium as a whole may fall below 50% if that additional semicircular area was included. Having said that, I would note the size of the podium area, the fact that whilst some areas of that northern play space achieve less than 2 hours of sunlight, there are large swathes of the podium, particularly towards the southern end of the podium, which do achieve more than 2 hours of sunlight, and that includes the other play space closer to T1. In terms of the allotments, there's only a very small portion of the northern part of the allotments which would fall within that 2 hour or less than 2 hour banding. So there's a large area there of the allotment space that would achieve more than 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st. I guess the point being that there is a lot of that podium amenity space that achieves more than 2 hours, and lots of areas of choice for residents to move around and find areas which are more or less shaded on that specific date. And obviously that will then change and generally improve as you move into the summer months.
Thank you very much. Now, I want to deal with a few other issues, if I can, please. Beyond the play space and the allotment, concerns raised by Mr. Feltham. There was some evidence given by Mr. Maguire in relation to energy matters, where Mr. Maguire made the point that contrary to what Mr. Taylor may have suggested in his design presentation at the outset of the inquiry, that we effectively hadn't demonstrated sufficiently that glazing had been reasonably minimised to avoid heat gain. And he referred to the daylight and sunlight assessment carried out by EB7, showing sort of excellent compliance levels for internal spaces, and the implication that potentially there's further room for manoeuvre here. Now, can you just explain to the inspector from your specific perspective as the daylight and sunlight assessor in this case, whether that's a valid approach to take to the daylight and sunlight assessment and any inferences that may have been drawn from it?
Sure. I think in terms of our daylight sunlight report, we would have looked at the number of units complying with the BRE targets for internal daylight levels, and the fact that we achieve excellent compliance, it can't be inferred from that we achieve very high daylight levels or exceptionally high levels that will increase the risk of overheating. That simply means that the scheme is well designed and a high proportion of the units meet the standards that are set out in the BRE document and are set out effectively as minimum targets. So by achieving an excellent level of overall compliance with those minimum targets, you can't extrapolate from that there is overheating risk.
Thank you very much. And again, the overall sort of process that's being followed, Mr. Lonergan, to what extent have you been part of process as far as glazing sizes and so on are concerned? Just explain that to the inspector.
I've been involved from the very earliest stage of design, and as with all schemes, and particularly major schemes, we go through an iterative process with the architects balancing design generally, the provision of balcony amenity space, overheating assessment. So this has gone through a number of passes to make sure that we get appropriate internal daylight levels, but then balance that off against risks of overheating. And some of the results of that can be seen in the design of the scheme. For example, some of the larger, more southerly windows being positioned underneath balconies, and those windows that aren't beneath balconies being generally smaller in size. So we've been through a rigorous iterative process to balance those different factors.
Thank you very much. And third-party representations is the next heading, please. You may recall that at the very beginning of the inquiry, a few of the third parties gave statements where they included some reference to daylight and sunlight matters, and Mrs. Walker was one speaker. And perhaps I could sort of paraphrase a concern that was raised. That I think she referred to elements of the original daylight and sunlight assessment where there were comparisons made with aspects of inner London areas drawn from the housing SPG prepared by the mayor. Could you just get, again, just so the inspector has your position when she reviewed Mrs. Walker's statement in due course, what response do you have to the daylight and sunlight concerns that she appears to have raised?
I think in respect of those specific concerns, we reference the housing SPG as part of our background policy guidance within our report, and we state there that where there are potential deviations from a BRE guidance, one potentially appropriate assessment is to compare that with similar properties and similar schemes across London. I think the specific point raised by Ms. Walker was that you can't compare Tolworth to other areas, but I note that the extract from, I guess, 1.3.46 of the housing SPG specifically notes that you shouldn't draw comparisons on comparable typologies of a similar nature across London. So it is wider than immediate contextual comparators. I'd also say, though, that we haven't had to, or we didn't do that within our report. Our report considered the effects specifically to each of the relevant neighbouring residential properties, and we weren't drawing large inferences from similar schemes across London. So I'd note the concern, but I don't think it's particularly relevant given the detail we've gone into within our report.
Thank you very much. And then Ms. Dunstan, the councillor for the Tolworth and Hook Rise ward, also made some comments on daylight and sunlight, where I think she noted some reductions exceeding BRE targets. Just explain what you understand her concern relate to and what your answer is, please.
I think there was quite a broad concern raised that there were some deviations from the BRE targets identified in our report. I'd note that none of the reasons for refusal, and in fact the statement of common ground, the council agree with us that there aren't any, I think, significant reductions or unacceptable reductions to neighbouring properties. And in addressing those particular representations by Ms. Dunstone, I'd really just again draw the inspector's attention back to the detail of our daylight sunlight report, and the fact that we've looked at each property and any deviations from the BRE targets in quite some detail on a property by property basis. And I think, you know, the conclusions drawn in that report that those effects are acceptable remain robust and have obviously been accepted by the council.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's the evidence in chief.
Thank you. Mr. Burton, obviously it is getting near lunchtime, but I do wonder whether we should make a start, maybe finish at, well, this is a choice we have. We either stop now and then immediately after lunch go straight into your cross-examination, or we could make a start. I don't know how long you're intending to be. So,
well, I certainly won't be finished if you're
won't be finished. No.
If you're thinking, I'm not sure when you would be thinking about lunch. It's actually, I make it 1:05, but in terms of time and use of time, it will be most efficient to just do the cross-examination in one hit. So we'll avoid the, oh, Mr. Lonergan, you'll recall before lunch we were discussing this. So just in terms of using the time most efficiently, I'd suggest that we have the lunch and for however long, and then we just do it in one hit. It will take longer otherwise.
Okay, I'm content to do that then.
Yeah.
Can I, well, it's 6 minutes past. Can I, do you know how long you're going to be, Mr. Burton, on your cross-examination? Do you have an idea? You will be done this afternoon.
I'll certainly be done this afternoon. I mean, my just looking at the number of questions I have for Mr. Lonergan, my guess is that I'll be between an hour and a half and something, maybe a bit more than that, but I wouldn't hit 2 hours.
Okay. And then, because I am aware that on the programme, we are trying to get Mr. Standley in. Is that still the case, Mr. Linus, that you'd still would like to at least either start or complete evidence in chief?
Certainly, I think we should probably try and make a start. Ma'am, I mean, if on Mr. Burton's assessment we're reaching 3:30 or so by the time cross-examination finishes, if I have re-examination, hopefully that would be reasonably short. We still have half an hour to 3/4 of an hour before 4:30. I think we've reached a stage where if there's half an hour to be used, we should probably
need to use it.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, I think we've been trying to do that all the way along, I think, haven't we?
I think so. I think that's the case. Yes, thank you. Okay, right. Well, let's take lunch now. I'm content to have a shorter lunch, but I'm aware that I've put that forward before, and I think Mr. Burton, you said no. I'd rather have a full lunch, but
no. I assure you, I'm not having a full lunch, madam. I think
as in time.
We've had 50-minute lunches, haven't we? And that's fine. My concern is I've been in inquiries where suddenly we've found ourselves having a half-hour lunch, and it's
not long enough. No. So is everybody content if we come back at 2? That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, right, I'll adjourn for now then. Thank you. Mr. Lonergan, you haven't started cross-examination, so that hasn't started yet, so you are able to talk if you wish.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Okay, I'll adjourn now, back at 2. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can I go straight over to, oh, I heard something then. Oh, Mr. Maguire, I think your microphone is on. Thank you. Mr. Burton, please. I'll resume now, so if you want to start your cross-examination, please.
Yes, please. Thank you very much, madam. Mr. Lonergan, good afternoon to you. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Your mic is presently muted, Mr. Lonergan.
Is that okay now?
That is absolutely fine. Yeah, thank you very much. Good. Now, as you know, I believe I asked questions on behalf of the council, the local planning authority, Mr. Lonergan. And the first question, my traditional question, concerns the split of your work. If you are able to tell us as between, on the one hand, local planning authorities acting as local planning authorities and developers, which might include local authorities, of course. Rough idea, please.
Sure. It varies, but probably a 80% developers, 20% local authorities. And in terms of the work we do for local authorities, that is often peer reviews of other daylight sunlight reports, or broader kind of queries that come up in respect of daylight sunlight.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of your involvement with this scheme, do I have it right that you go back at least to the submission of the planning application we're considering here?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you. Now, could I just ask you, please, and I hope we won't take terribly long on this, could you please, in the core documents, and you better tell me actually, Mr. Lonergan, how you have the core documents. Are you working electronically?
Yes, I am.
Great, okay. So in the core documents, you should find a section 4, and within that, could you please turn up core document 4.6, which is the council's statement of case? And tell me when you are there.
I'll be there in 1 second. I'm just waiting it for to load.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm there.
Brilliant. The electronic page numbers match the document page numbers, at least they should do. And I'm going here for convenience, Mr. Lonergan, because all of the reasons for refusal are quoted verbatim here, rather than going to the separate decision document. If you go to page 4, please, of the statement of case, you'll see the reasons for refusal. And at the foot of page 4, we see reason for refusal 4. The proposed tall buildings would conflict with the locational requirements of policy DB9 of the London Plan. Obviously, don't worry about that. But then it says this, and the scale of the proposed tall buildings of the proposed design would compromise the comfort and enjoyment of the proposed private and communal open spaces within the proposed development. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, we'll come on to this, but I presume you accept, Mr. Lonergan, that there is no question that the tall buildings in this scheme affect sunlight and daylight on the communal podium.
Yes.
Yeah. And just tying this up, if you go down the document, please, to because it's section 5. Sorry, apologies. Within section 5, the council sets out its case under the various reasons for refusal. And when you get down in that section to its consideration of reasons 4 and 5, which are taken together, could you go to paragraph 5.98, please? which you will find on electronic page 52.
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll see it says there, I'm quoting, read the paragraph, but I'm quoting, communal amenity space that is being provided is also of a questionable quality due to overshadowing. And I'm going to stop there because it goes on to microclimate concerning wind. But so, I mean, there's no doubt, I'm sure, but no doubt that the council is expressing concern about overshadowing, is that?
Yeah, at 598 it says overshadowing and microclimatic conditions which are borderline in nature.
Yeah, well, there's no. I just want to make sure we clear this up. That the council's clearly expressing concern about overshadowing. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Considered to be borderline in nature.
Well, I mean that's reading beyond. But anyway, the inspector can see what's there. I only raised that, Mr. Lonergan, because of the initial questions my learned friend asked you. You'll understand. Now, in terms of subheadings as we go through, I don't think we actually need to spend time on a specific policy guidance subheading, because we all agree that the BRE guide is the document that everyone works to and always has, correct? For a very long time. Yeah, fine. So I'm not going to take you on any kind of trawl through policies and guidance. So turn up the guide, please. I'm sure you have it separately, Mr. Lonergan. We have it as CD 10.8. Could I ask you what version, as it were, do you have a hard copy? Do you have the CD copy? You've got your own hard copy. Okay, well, I'll bear in mind that Madam Inspector and most of us are working on the electronic core documents, okay? So, of course, no question it's guidance. That's what it says on the tin, but equally, it's what we all use and we have used for a long time, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, to get to the bit of interest, which concerns outdoor amenity, we go through the guide to section 3.3, please, which is at electronic page 27, madam, and you should have Mr. Lonergan at internal page 18. And tell me when you are there, please.
Yep, I'm there.
Great. And we pick up at paragraph 3.31 is obviously the start. And one thing I wonder if we could just note as we go through it, it says here at 3.31 that sunlight in the spaces between buildings has an important impact on the overall appearance and ambience of a development. And I just want to pause and just consider that. So appearance and ambience, it seems ambience seems to be talking about something that goes a bit beyond just how it looks. Is that right?
Agreed, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then it continues, it's valuable for a number of reasons. And this list here, now it doesn't say including, and equally it doesn't say it being anything about being exhaustive. I'm just asking you out of interest, is this something that you view as an exhaustive list of why sunlight is valuable, or is it a list of prime examples, as it were? Do you see what I mean by the difference?
I do. I think it's a list of prime kind of informatives, looking at both the types of use and also the times of year that spaces will be used.
Yeah. Okay. So prime informatives. Yeah. Rather than an exhaustive list. Okay, and so if we just tick down them, obviously we've got, first of all, we've got providing attractive sunlit views, and that's an all year thing. We've then got making outdoor activities like sitting out and children's play more pleasant. Now, it says they're mainly in the warmer months. I have a slight query about that as regards children's play. I mean, I'm not sure what your approach is, but sitting out in maybe, but children's play is a bit more of an all-round year kind of thing, isn't it?
Standing aside from my specialism, I mean, you know, I have children myself, and I don't really play outside as much in the colder months as we do in the summer.
Exactly. Yes. Well, you said it. And then we've got encouraging plant growth, mainly spring and summer, of course. Drying out the ground, reducing moss and slime, mainly in colder months, and then melting frost, ice and snow in winter, and drying clothes all year. Now, just looking at that list, apart from where it refers specifically to sitting out and children's play, those prime informatives, as it were, would seem to me to be points that would apply whether the area is, as it were, an adult amenity area or whether it's children's play space. Is that fair?
I think when giving kind of narrative on the relating sunlighting to open spaces and to landscaping, then you look at the specifics of each area. So yeah, not all of these relate to children's play, but you know, certainly melting frost, etc. I mean, can do. Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, as you say. So obviously, when you're considering sunlight, you look at the specifics of the area. And in terms of how it's meant to be used and what it is, presumably. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, and then we've got at 3.3.2 what looks to me to be some perhaps fairly obvious principles of good design. You know, don't put the higher density housing to put the low density housing to the south and the taller higher density to the north, and open courtyards out to the southern half of the sky, obviously, and that's all to maximize sunlight, isn't it? Yes, but obviously noting that every site has its own specific site constraints.
Of course, no, absolutely. And then we've got this list at 3.3.3. The availability of sunlight should be checked for all open spaces where we required. This would normally include, and then we've got the list. And of course, in terms of what we're dealing with in this appeal, we don't actually have gardens per se, or parks and playing fields per se, but we have children's playgrounds, don't have outdoor swimming pools per se, but we do have sitting out areas, and then I suppose it's maybe a question of interpretation as to whether we have focal points. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I mean, I think that's a non-exhaustive list.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But just, I mean, just looking at the way that the BRE lists them out and thinking about, obviously, your point about looking at the specifics of each area, just take a hypothetical example. It's not much use, of course, to children who have their playground in the shade if there's a non-playground area that's not in the shade.
I think that depends on, if they have access to that non-playground area and what they're using it for.
All right. Okay, well, we can come back to that. Now we go on course to the next paragraph, 3.3.4, where there is this. Each of these spaces will have different sunlighting requirements, and it's difficult to suggest a hard and fast rule. However, it is clear that the worst situation is to have significant areas in which the sun only shines for a limited period over a large part of the year, and the equinox, 21st of March, can be chosen as a date for assessment here. And you've already discussed and explained a little bit about that in your evidence in chief. Because we then pick that up, don't we, just a little bit further down the document, when we get to what is paragraph 3.37, isn't it? And this is the check paragraph that I think is really then wrapped up in the summary at the end of this section of the BRE guide, isn't it? But this is the one that, as a check, it's recommended that at least half of the amenity areas listed above, and just pausing there, the amenity areas listed above, so that's referring to paragraph 3.3.3, isn't it? That must be. Should receive at least 2 hours of sunlight on 21st of March. And it says it's instructive to mark it on a plan, because the use of specific parts for site can be planned with sunlight in mind, and it goes on. Now, just pausing there. So we agreed the amenity areas listed above. We're back to the list at 3.3.3. Now, the at least is obviously quite an important qualifier. That is telling us, isn't it, that the at least half and should receive at least 2 hours is, bearing in mind this is guidance, of course, but that's very much that's as it were the bottom line. That's why the guide says at least, isn't it?
I think critically, as you pointed out, that's also qualified by it being the whole document itself being guidance, but also at 3.3.7 it says it is recommended that at least half. So it's not saying as a minimum at least half.
Oh, of course. I mean, this is the recommendation made by a guidance document. Yeah. Now, we're not going to disagree that it's anything other than guidance, because it is, although it is what everyone uses. We're not going to disagree that this is anything other than a recommendation, because it is. Although, again, Mr. Lonergan, same question. It is the recommendation that everyone works to, isn't it? As you have.
It's a recommendation to apply the guidance, but that guidance is applied flexibly. Well, everybody doesn't work to, we must hit half of that space on March 21st, because we're talking about guidance here.
Okay. So just in terms of what the guidance is telling us is the recommendation, okay, sticking firmly within its wording, the words at least half and at least 2 hours are telling us that its recommendation is that is the minimum, correct? You may or may not agree with it, but that's what it's telling us is its recommendation.
I don't think it says it's the minimum. It says it's recommended that at least half should. It's, yeah. I do think it's qualified in the target that it's setting.
What do you understand by the words "at least," Mr. Lonergan?
I understand the common usage of "at least," but at least, so you should try and achieve that, and you should try and achieve more. But also, it is just a recommendation.
Well, it says it's a recommendation. I'm deliberately framing my question in terms of it's saying it's a recommendation. The recommendation is at least, and it says at least of the area, at least half, and at least 2 hours. So the recommendation is half and 2 hours is the bottom line. We want you to go above it. Correct? Do we agree about that?
It's recommended that you should try and achieve that, yes, within the context of the guidance.
All right, within the context of it being guidance and it being a recommendation. Now, you've said, I think more than once, well, one should apply the guidance flexibly. Now, just considering that, flexible application of guidance, it doesn't necessarily cut only one way, does it? I mean, just consider this. It might be said that a flexible application of this guidance actually means that one should require a bit more. It just depends on the particular site. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't simply mean one applies less.
I see your point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, the focus, of course, being on the 21st of March. Now, what one needs to do then is take those areas in the list at 333, correct? And as at the 21st of March, make your assessment, correct? Yeah. I think you said yes. I couldn't hear you, but.
So yes. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Good. And then, and the reason we do it at the 21st of March, and you very helpfully explained this in your chief, is because the working assumption, or broadly speaking anyway, is that sunlight will not in the 22nd September to 21st of March period, the sunlight will not get better than on 21st of March, broadly speaking. Have I got that right?
Broadly, yes. Because the sun drops lower in the sky, depending on
exactly.
the exact nature of the obstruction, there could be areas where sunlight does improve, but that would be on a day by day, hour by hour basis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So broadly speaking, standing as it were on the 21st of March, which is what obviously your diagrams show us, as one works back towards January, early March, February, January, December, it's going to get less sunlit, broadly speaking.
Broadly.
Yeah. And in terms of the data that we've actually got in front of us, Mr. Lonergan, have I got it right that and it's not criticism, because this is what the BRE guide says, of course, but we don't have data showing sunlight for back into earlier March, February, January, and so on. We've got 21st of March.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Right. Now, I would like, please, us to work with your Appendix 2, and I want to work with your appendices generally, because I found it more helpful to use the appendices than what's in your proof. I hope that's all right. And the Appendix to Mr. Price's proof. So that's CD 95, Mr. Lonergan. And you will need, unless you have it already in hard copy or elsewhere, but you'll need to turn to electronic page 28 to get up Mr. Price's landscape plan.
I'm there.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So we can see in the middle of this the podium, and we can see we've got the two new builds, and we've got the Tolworth Tower, all of which we can see on the plan. So just orientate yourself, if you would, Mr. Price. Note that Mr. Lonergan. Note what Mr. Price has done. Mr. Lonergan is he's put these numeric and alphabetic markers around the place. Now, you don't actually have the key to those here. I'll explain them to you as necessary. And one of the things he's done is he's drawn in what are actually yellow lines, the areas of play space. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Now, you can see, I hope, at the left-hand side, there is the biggest area of play space, which has a 2A in it.
Yes.
You can see that. Great. Okay. And there's also, to the right-hand side, there's a smaller area of play space which has 2B. Do you see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And there are obviously other areas. There's some artificial grass for sitting out on that isn't play space. And I think probably if one really zoomed in, one might see. In fact, yeah. I had a go at this earlier. If you do a super zoom on the area of artificial grass that is above 2F and below 2H, you see that kind of long upside down whale type shape. You can I think there are meant to be some sunbathers there actually depicted. There's a quartet of sunbathers when you really zoom in. It's quite good. Okay, so
if you want me to identify those, you have to direct me again.
Okay, so yeah, well, if you so can you see the 2F?
Yes.
And you see the 2H above it, and there's this area of artificial grass that's shaped like a kind of upside down whale. And just to the right and down from the 2H, if you zoom right in, there look to be about 4 people. I think they're meant to be lying down. And you can, or lying or sitting down. Anyway, I mean, you can see that because they don't have long shadows like the other people on the. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to be distracted by this, Mr. Lonergan. Can you see them or not?
I'm not sure that I can. I'm on page 28.
You're on page 28, so you've got the landscape plan up.
Yep.
Okay. When you use the zoom function.
Yep.
And you're looking at the area of artificial grass above the 2F marker. Let me just make sure we're looking at exactly the same area.
There's two 2Fs.
Oh, there are two 2Fs. I apologize. Right. There's a 2F above the allotment kind of raised beds. You see that?
I've got them. They're wearing at least two of them are wearing shorts.
Yeah, you've got them. Okay, fine. Anyway, look, the point is that and we've already agreed this, but in this scheme we've got this deck and it's got some different areas within it that we can relate to our list at 3.3.3 in the BRE guide. We obviously it's got some playground areas, it's got some sitting out areas, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now the bigger of the two play areas, which is 2A. So that's the one that's immediately to the northeast and east northeast, I think, if we're being precise, of T3 and to the north of T2. Okay.
Yes.
That one. Now I don't know if you were here. Were you here for Mr. Price's evidence? Did you hear it?
No, I don't believe I did.
No. Okay. So you may or may not know. It may or may not have been related to you, or you may know it anyway. But what Mr. Price explained is that big playground there, the 2A playground, is for the 5 to 11 year age group, although other age groups will be accommodated. And the smaller area, the 2B area, that's to work with the indoor space, and you can see that yellow outline, the indoor space for the younger age groups, i.e. the sub-5s. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I realised there was some differential between the two.
Right, fine, okay. Now, obviously, we can see where the centre of the 2A playground is. I mean, we can see where it is on the plan. More, I make it more or less equidistant between T3 and the travel lodge. So if we just turn up your appendix 2, please, and I don't think we're going to disagree about this, Mr. Lonergan, because it's just a matter of looking at what's on the diagrams. But your appendix 2 is telling us, isn't it, that the deep blue area to north of the podium is, I make it right over that 2A playground. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so we know that the 2A playground, which, as I say, is so this is the bigger play space area. That playground would have less than 2 hours sun on it, broadly speaking, for half the year, because that's what our diagram tells us here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you helpfully give us some context there. You tell us that on the 21st of March, the effective day length is 10 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you'll have to just explain to me effective day length.
Obviously the differential between sunrise and sunset varies throughout the year.
Yeah.
On March 21st, we're taking effectively the 10 hours between 8 and 6, I believe, is the effective day length from sunrise to sunset.
Yeah, great, exactly. Yeah, thank you. And of course, we know that broadly speaking, as one moves forward into the summer months, there'll be more sun light, and as one moves backwards into the winter, there'll be less, broadly speaking, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And your appendix 3 now, please, if we turn that up, and it's helpful key. So we mustn't, I mean, this is telling us various things, but one of the things it's telling us, isn't it, is that we mustn't assume that the blue area on appendix 2, that is all sitting just below 2 hours on the 21st of March, because actually there's a gradation, as at the 21st of March, from just below 2 hours down to, well, I fear to interpret the cooler shades at the bottom there, down to not very much at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't fear to interpret that. Obviously, corners at the bottom of the buildings don't get a lot of sunlight, but that's quite common. I think we can infer from that a large portion of that space does fall just below 2 hours. That includes all of that central section around the 2A marker on the landscape plan, and also a large portion of the more formal play area.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you said it about the formal play area. We can see where the centre of the formal play area is, and roughly speaking, I make that around the point where there's a kind of purpley shading to something more orange. That's how we don't have an overlay, but that's how I interpret it. Is that fair?
Yeah, if you overlaid it, I think it would split it broadly into thirds, with almost the wedge closest to the T3 to be in the cooler colours, and the kind of, I don't know, 2/3 wedge further away to be in the warmer colours.
Well, I'm just flicking between the two of them. I mean, we've agreed that that formal play area, that the centre is more or less equidistant, Travelodge and T3, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the way I see your appendix 3 is that pretty much bang on the midpoint between Travelodge and T3 is a kind of purpley pinky line. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And okay.
I guess my point being that if it were a clock face with the 12 facing up the podium, the area between, I don't know, 11 p.m. and 7 or 8 p.m. would be in the lighter colours, and you'd have that wedge between, I don't know, 8 and 11 running back into T3.
Yeah, okay. But the fact we agree that the purpley pinky line is basically bang on that midpoint between T2 and between T3, sorry, and the Travelodge, means that purpley pinky line is somewhere that has to be somewhere in the period that is up to 0.8 of an hour, correct?
Yes.
Using your key. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And of course that's at 21st of March. So yeah, I mean, you know, we've now understood it, but essentially the middle of the formal area of playground, that would have, we don't have to be precise about it, but the very middle point of it, around or something perhaps a bit less than 1 hour of sunlight on the 21st of March is the extrapolation.
I think we just have to be careful exactly what we extrapolate there, because we're not overlaying it exactly.
No, I know.
That gradient is quite steep between the kind of 0.8 and 1 hour, and then very rapidly moving into quite close to 2 hours. So I think we need to be careful what we extrapolate from that.
All right. Well, that's fair enough. I was trying, Mr. Loddingen, to be generous and overly fair by putting it at around 1 hour, given what we discussed about the purpley pinky color and where that sits. But yeah, I mean, I think we've got the point. Thank you. Now, obviously,
just noting on the same point, but actually,
yeah.
A large bulk of the purpley and the blue areas fall outside of the yellow line delineating formal play. Those areas.
Oh yes, no, yes. No, you're quite right. Sorry, I was deliberately focusing on the middle of them because that seemed to be something that we could all understand and look at. No, of course. I mean the very blue bit right up against T3 is not formal play. Absolutely, yeah. Now, insofar, remembering, of course, as I do, that the BRE guide is only guidance, but insofar as it allows one to conclude a pass fail against this area of formal playground, which we've been looking at, then as a guide, it would say, well, that playground is a fail, correct? I
disagree. I mean, I think you need to read all of section 3 together. Obviously, 3.3.3 talks about open spaces, which would include, and then if you look at 3.3.7, you should be checking the amenity areas, so potentially plural there, but also bearing in mind that it is guidance and only recommendations. If you come back to 3.3, children's play being more pleasant is expressed to be kind of mainly in the warmer months. So here, the fact that you have some of that space falling marginally below 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st doesn't necessarily demonstrate that that space won't be, well, it certainly will be sunnier, and it can certainly achieve being a pleasant space in those warmer months. So I don't think you can look at it in such a black and white manner.
Well, it's guidance, Mr. Logan, isn't it? But I mean, let's just remind ourselves, perhaps, because I don't really want to go back over the agreements we've reached getting to this point, but we've agreed that looking at the 3.3.3 list, of course, one looks at these specifics. We've agreed that 3.37, when it talks about areas, it's talking about that list at 3.3.3. And we've also agreed, rightly so, I should say, that children, no, don't only play outside in the warmer months. The idea is to get them outside absolutely whenever you can. So, you know, as I say, no one's saying this is anything other than guidance. But in the context of and the acknowledgement of it being guidance as against its recommendation, so we're underlining its guidance, it's making a recommendation as against that recommendation, the 2A playground fails against the recommendation. That's all I'm putting to you.
The 2A playground in isolation,
yeah,
less than 50% of that space gets 2 hours of sunlight on March 21st. We completely accept that, and that's what's demonstrated in our study. A lot of that space achieves just under 2 hours of sunlight, and I don't think that can be styled as a complete failure when 3.3.1 specifically frames amenity to children's play space being a particular concern in the warmer months, which we've already discussed, are going to be those months where more sunlight does get to that space.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm very happy, Mr. Lonergan, to leave it to Madam Inspector's judgment as to where the focus should be on in time of year in terms of when children play, bearing in mind our own agreement on that, of course. Now, Right, and I obviously I needed to do that exercise with you, Mr. Lonergan, because we didn't actually have that, as it were, set out in Appendix 2, or I think your proof. Now, what you have done in your Appendix 2 is you've given us some area figures, and I have to say I have to salute you, Mr. Lonergan, because it wasn't until I got your area figures that anyone had actually given me an area for the pocket plaza between T2 and T3, as it were, which, if at least if I understood correctly, what you've done is you've measured from the corner of T3 and then to the nearest corner of T2, and you've given us that space as 295 square meters. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's our interpretation of it. I don't think it's expressly delineated on the landscape plan, so that doesn't tie in with anybody else's drawings, I believe.
No, that's fine. Well, I've been slightly puzzling over it, but that has given me an actual figure, which is helpful. Now, can we agree? And I'm still thinking about this to a formal playground area, but can we agree that for the 5 to 11-year-olds who this is meant to be aimed at, and presumably their carers as well, the fact that other areas of the podium, including the little kids' playground, okay, those other areas may have better sunlight, that may not cut much ice with them if the playground that's intended for them doesn't meet the BRE recommendation. Do you see my point?
I do. I mean, again, it's about access and use of those spaces. If we're talking about a time before March 21st where the space may be less well used, and I think that's acknowledged, specifically within the BRE guidance, and the fact that you have, large areas of other space there, can be of benefit to those users. They may not want to dwell in the playground at that time of year, but they do have large areas of other amenity which they can use, and is better sunlight at that time of the year.
Okay. Okay. Right. Well, I'm going to move on from 2A now. Just moving broadly south. Okay. I mean, it's actually southeast, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. So
down your Appendix 2, we come to a further pool of dark blue by T2, don't we? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And marrying this with Mr. Price's appendix, my understanding, and obviously the two are connected by, there's deep blue connecting them, and then there's this pool by T2. My understanding is that this is covering the area of artificial grass that forms the wider part of 2A, and then there's a slight question in my mind as to, as it were, how far it goes. But I think that's right, isn't it? That it's basically that artificial grass area.
By my reckoning, it covers possibly the first two planters of the of the allotment area,
Yeah.
that area of hard landscaping and circulation,
Yeah.
and then the southern part of that artificial grass area.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. Okay. Good. Okay. I think we have a common understanding. Now I must say I'm not entirely sure why it was suggested that Mr. Felton was all about allotments here, because my recollection is that he was looking at this dark blue. So okay. Now just putting this together, is it the case then? It does look to me that it is the case, but we're having to extrapolate that as at the 21st of March, if one were to take as an area all of 2A plus the rest of that artificial grass up to the path into the travel lodge. Do you see that path into the travel lodge? So if one were to take all of that 2A and the rest of that artificial grass as at the equinox on the 21st of March, it looks to me as if more than 50% of that would be below 2 hours. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and that of course does include this. Yeah, okay, yeah, good, okay. Now there is another area.
Sorry, I guess before we leave that area,
yes,
I think it's also useful to undertake the same exercise with the graded study there, because again, there's quite a large portion of that artificial grass which is just below the 2 hours.
With the grading. Yes, so I mean obviously your appendix 3 is showing us the gradations, Mr. Lonergan. I couldn't. It wasn't quite so easy for me with this more southerly area to point to a nice ready focal point, like with the centre of the playground. Do you see what I mean? And
I think it's clear from the graded study that outside of that northern circle of formal play, the vast bulk of that green within 2A and including the slope that we're talking about close to the entrance to travel lodge, all of that is up at the 1.8, 1.9 hours of sunlight.
Yeah,
A very large proportion of it.
Yeah, I mean well, just careful. I mean the slope nearest the travel lodge. I think what you can probably do is, using Mr. Price's plan, you can see if you look at the travel lodge and North Point building, obviously we can see where the exit is, and we can also see on Mr. Price's plan the box essentially on the roof of that building, can't we? Now that is shown on your appendix 3 and on your appendix 2, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. That
box, and so we can marry them up, and I think marrying them up, we can see that the area of artificial grass that's outside the play space yellow line is more or less immediately in front of that box. And so we can then see that the gradations on your appendix 3, i.e. the oranges and then down, they are also they're also in the area immediately in front of that box.
They extend towards the tree, although you were talking previously about the whole of 2A extending down to the artificial grass and the slope.
Yes, no, indeed. Sorry. Look, we've agreed. What I was talking about was 2A. Let's just check, make sure we didn't get this wrong.
Yeah.
2A, which is in the yellow line, plus the artificial grass to that pathway to the travel lodge.
Mm-hmm.
We've agreed that more than 50% of that will have less than 2 hours on the 21st of March. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're just making a point, well, look at my gradations in Appendix 3 and look, a large part of that is yellow. And I'm pointing out, well, look, the non-play space area, so the area outside the yellow line, that non-play space area, that does include areas we can see that are the oranges and coming down to the purplies.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Okay, fine. Imagine, Mr. Lonergan, I might have no cross-examination for you if we had an overlay plan. No. So the other area I just want to look with you at is this area down by the Tolworth Tower between it and North Point. And if you look at Appendix 2, obviously, where we look at the is it 2 hours or not test, there's a blue band that starts all the way over in the west, as it were, right down, very, very small at first, down by the Tolworth Tower, and then it gradually widens out. It passes under the, I think, link between Tolworth Tower and North Point, and then we can see it then running pretty much all the way, as far as I can tell, almost all the way to the very northeasterly corner. I think it may stop just before the northeasterly corner, that blue area. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, alongside the eastern parapet.
Exactly. It's like a reverse L shape when you think about it like that. When you look at your Appendix 3, have I got this right? That certainly as regards the area in the southeast corner, the fact that it's blue means that area is receiving really next to nothing for about 6 months a year.
Yes, and as I mentioned before, that's not unusual to have some tight corners, shall we say, at the bottom of buildings.
Yeah. Just give me a moment, Mr. Lonergan. I just need to get I get this down. Right. Okay, good. Okay. So that is I think that is enough on the external amenity. Thank you very much. I have some questions now. So new subheading about internal daylight. And for this, Mr. Lonergan, we are going to need the, well, I presume it's your updated daylight and sunlight assessment, which is CD29, madam.
Yep, I have it.
Thank you, madam. Tell me when you have it, Mr. Lonergan.
Yep, I've got it.
Great. Okay. Now, could we please turn to electronic page 32? Tell me when you're there.
Is that paper page 32 as well?
Is it paper 32? It is. Yeah, you've cleverly matched them up. have you got that in hard copy?
Yes.
Yes. No, I thought I could hear a lever arch operating. Okay, so you're addressing internal amenity within the proposal, and you're assessing it, as you tell us, as one would expect, against the average daylight factor tests following the BRE guidance methodology, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you tell us you've made various assumptions, and you set out, as you tell us, full results within Appendix 4. Okay. Now, just by way of quick reference, 7.87, you give us, don't you, the ADF, average daylight factor, targets that are recommended by the BRE guidance.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. Now, what you then go on to explain is, and this is at 7.88, you say, first of all, dealing with the Tolworth Tower, all rooms at 3rd floor level, and I just pause, Mr. Lonergan, to interject. So that's the lowest level of residential accommodation, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So all rooms at 3rd floor level will exceed the guidelines for average daylight factor, and necessarily that position will only get better as one goes up. Correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then as regards T2 and T3, your paragraphs 7.89, I think, on to 7.95. Now, as I read these, my understanding is that there are also many windows onto rooms there, but perhaps not quite all, but many windows onto rooms there where you are exceeding the target, correct?
Yeah. The fact that we comply across 98% of T2 and T3 means that a number of those will exceed the targets. It would be quite unusual for them to be exactly kind of bang on, but some of them will be.
Yeah, yeah. Now, just dealing with the Tolworth Tower first, okay. What Mr. Maguire, and were you here for Mr. Maguire's evidence? Did you listen to Mr. Maguire's evidence or follow it?
I don't believe so.
No, that's fine. So what he was suggesting was that there would be scope to reduce the active, as it were, part of the window. So this is not actually talking necessarily about reducing the size of the window as you and I see it from the outside, but the active part of the window, the open aspect, I think he referred to, using perhaps manifestation. You probably know what that means, but and still remain above ADF target. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the same would be true, turning to T2 and T3 now. And I caveat, I'm not saying this is true for all windows, all rooms, all windows, but the same would be true for T2 and T3. Is that right?
The same would be true for T2 and T3, and the same would be true for any development where you comply with the targets. You'll have some windows above the targets.
Yes. And
they could come down and still meet the targets. But obviously they wouldn't for design purposes and cost, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Cost in terms of uniformity of facade.
Okay, well, this is why I say in terms of active window, we're not talking, and I think you understood this, Ms. Lonergan, we're not talking about necessarily changing the size of the window as you and I see it from outside. It's the active bit of it. So, I mean,
the point I was making was that you wouldn't change each window specifically in a bespoke manner with those manifestations, just to bring them down to exactly on the ADF targets.
Well, no one's talking about bringing them down exactly, but the general point is, and this is just a very broad question for you, but are you aware, has there been any assessment that you're aware of the scope to reduce the active size of the active part of the window in any way, shape or form?
Yes, in respect of T1, then very early on in the design process, we were looking at glazing specifications, and I can't recall the specific design features of the tower, but we looked at which elements are glazed and which are solid. In T2 and T3, as I discussed earlier, I think in my evidence in chief, again, we went through an iterative design process of testing initially the pure facades without any window detail and without balconies, then layering on the facade detail, layering on the results of overheating analysis, making sure that we had appropriate areas of private amenity space, etc. So there has been an iterative design process to arrive at this position.
Okay, sorry, I think we may be at slight cross purposes. I'm talking as I think you know, but I'm talking about reducing the active area of windows. So I understand that there was a process in which it was decided this will be the size of the windows. Okay, now that having been decided, obviously you've worked out average daylight factors, and the results are Tolworth Tower, brilliant, everyone gets a tick, we're sailing through, and T2 and T3, almost everyone, 98%, something like that. So the question is, has there been an assessment that you're aware of reduction in the active part of the window? And,
yes,
you'll appreciate why I'm interested in this, why Mr. Maguire is interested in this, because obviously as you reduce the active part of the window, you reduce the potential of overheating. So I'm just asking, has there been that assessment to reduce the active part of the window?
Yes, absolutely, because we started with what was effectively the potential for fully glazed buildings, and in reducing window sizing, you're inherently reducing the active part of the window. If you do that exercise, there's no additional need then to look at additional manifestations, etc. We could have achieved possibly some of the same results. I mean, it wouldn't have been as efficient, I don't think, but you could achieve some of those results by having larger windows with manifestations. We haven't done that. We've reduced the active part by making the window smaller.
Okay, I'm going to keep plugging away, Mr. Lonergan. You've got to the point where you've got, and in fact, maybe we should have a look at your appendix 4. So let's, and just bear in mind, bearing in mind the ADF targets. So now your appendix 4, in terms of how it works, it starts, I think, at page 137. Is that right? The internal daylight assessment.
I don't have page numbering on my
Sorry, electronic page 137 is where your appendix 4 starts, I believe.
Sure. It says appendix 4, internal daylight assessment, phase 1.
Yeah, have you got it? And
yep.
And we know, just remind ourselves, that we know that ADF targets for a bedroom are 1%, for a studio 2%, and for the living kitchen diner it's 1.5. Yeah.
Yes.
So when we go to this appendix 4, and it starts with, so it starts with what's called phase 1, and I understand by that you mean the Tolworth Tower. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
And what we then see, we go to the very first page. So we're starting at the bottom, aren't we, on the 3rd floor? Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Burton, I think I might have the wrong page. What page are we on the PDF?
But we're on electronic page. We're now on electronic page 138. So we've just moved past the fly cover to appendix 4.
Thank you.
No, not a problem. Are you there now, Mr. Linus?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Brilliant. So we're starting, as I say, Mr. Lyon, again, at the bottom at 3rd, and we know that things get better from up here. And what I'm understanding, but you may tell me otherwise, is that we've got a room ID, correct?
Yep.
And the first one is room 1. And it tells us about that room. I think that it's a living kitchen diner. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then it's got various ADFs for each of the windows, and then it tells us the total ADF.
Yeah.
And is it the total ADF that's as it were measured against target?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we know that this is a room with a target of 1.5, correct? And it gets 12.1. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I haven't done the maths, but it's quite a long way above target, clearly.
Yeah.
And obviously we can look down the page. I don't suggest we trawl through them, but on the 3rd floor, which as it were, which as I understand it, as it were, it gets better above the 3rd floor. But the 3rd floor seems to cover, Mr. Lonergan, is this right? Sheets up to electronic page 139.
I'm sorry, I don't have the sheets, but effectively,
Oh, sorry,
just says daylight assessment phase 2.
Sorry.
Would the next page 140 say internal daylight assessment phase 2? There's another fly sheet for one after.
Well, I've got 2 sheets of paper.
Yeah.
That both have floor 3rd down the left-hand column.
It's room IDs R1, and then on the next page up
to R26.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. And then I'm assuming that after that you then switch and start looking at, as it were, the lower floors of T2 and T3. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, great. So I've understood correctly. So the pages that Madam Inspector and I think possibly Mr. Linus as well are looking at, which are electronic 138 and 139, are showing us everything that's 3rd floor on the Tolworth Tower. And I can't see any room on the Tolworth Tower that is even down at a 1 anywhere. Is that right? In terms of its total? Yeah, great. Okay. So back to my question. Bearing that in mind, I ask again, having established that you were comfortably clear of ADF targets, did you then look back and ask, can we, through manifestation or some other means, should we reduce active window in order to reduce overheating risk? Did you do that exercise after establishing this?
No.
Right. Okay.
On T1.
Okay.
I should add on T1 though that the facade didn't just pop into existence. There is horizontal banding through the facade, which has an impact on the performance of the glazing, and obviously the glazing specification, etc., which isn't captured in this analysis, all then adds to the solar control piece.
Yeah, understood. But I stress again, I'm talking about reduction of active glazing. So we're not talking about the amount of glazing as one looks at it from outside. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think we have understood each other. Right. Okay. Okay. Now, are you aware, Mr. Lonergan, of any assessment or analysis of well, I think it follows actually, doesn't it, that therefore there hasn't been an analysis of what a reduction in the active glazed area would do for, on the one hand, ADF, and on the other for overheating risk, or put it another way, cooling demand.
In terms of my specific discipline, we haven't done that exercise in relation to daylighting. I don't know what's been done on the overheating and cooling on that element.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah. I don't know if it's going outside your discipline or not, but and do say if it is, but I assume you would. I assume you would accept that in a scheme like this, obviously residential led scheme, increased daylight in a scheme like this means increased overheating risk, because
not necessarily daylighting is not orientation specific. So,
okay,
for example, on the far side of the Tolworth Tower, the northern side, if you've got large windows, you can have great daylighting, but not an overheating issue.
You're absolutely right. I should have said solar gain. Is that what I should have said?
No, even then, there's no solar gain, because daylighting is a function of sky visibility. So large windows and sky visibility. But if those windows aren't oriented towards the sun, then greater daylighting, overheating doesn't necessarily follow higher daylighting levels.
Yeah, got you. It's all about the orientation. And is the sun shining on your window, basically?
Orientation, glazing specification, the context in terms of buildings around you, etc.
All right. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Yeah. Sure. Now, am I right in thinking that your daylight analysis does not include the use of blinds? It doesn't factor in the use of blinds to address overheating.
Correct. It doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, got you. Okay. Yeah, because of course, if it had done, then you'd have to be showing very low daylight factors when there was direct sunlight, because the blinds would be down, as it were. I think that would follow, wouldn't it? It's well, maybe.
No, again, it would be orientation specific in terms of daylight being separate to direct sunlight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Okay. Yeah, but in any event, if the overheating strategy involves the use of blinds when there's direct sunlight, then that isn't reflected in your ADF analysis. We won't see that in the figures.
No, the ADFs don't include any use of blinds.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Understood. Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lonergan. Could you just give me a moment, please, whilst I attempt to check with my team whether they have any further questions, or rather whether they would like me to ask you further questions. So my team, if you are listening, could you please let me know whether you have anything further for Mr. Lonergan? And the answer to that is no. So many thanks, Mr. Lonergan. Thank you very much for answering my questions. Those were all my questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Linus, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a few questions. Mr. Lonergan, can we take out the BRE guide to good practice, please, CD 10.8, and go to paragraph 3.3.1 first of all, please?
Yep.
Bear with me while my computer warms up. Yes, PDF page 28. And you're taken to the second bullet point that referred to make outdoor activities like sitting out and children's play were pleasant, and then mainly the warmer months. Now, bearing in mind that the guidance relates to the 21st of March, how do you apply, in your view, that bullet point to sitting out and children's play, bearing in mind the reference to mainly warmer months? How does that sit in the overall scheme of things in your view?
I take that to mean moving into spring and summer, so almost beyond the 21st of March, between 21st of March to 21st of September, with a specific focus on the higher summer months.
Thank you very much. And again, insofar as the results on the assessment relate to the 21st of March, the 50% and 2-hour figure, how do you then take the results in your view as at that date and then place them in context, having regard to the second bullet point of 3.3.1?
I think taking those results in context as a whole, we've assessed the whole of the amenity space and found it as a whole to comply with the 50% target under the BRE guidance. When you look at, when you isolate some of those individual spaces, the northern play spaces areas falling just below that in March 21st, but as we've explored, those spaces will be better sunlit moving into the summer months. So I do think it aligns with that, with the aim of that second bullet point, that they will get sunlight into those warmer months.
Thank you. And you're asking questions about 3.3.3 further on down that page. And I think as a prelude to later questions, the point was put to you, well, if you look at the play space 2A, it's not much use if that's in shade and the other area is in shade. Is that the relevant description or comparison in your view when you look at the assessment overall?
I don't think so. I think looking at the assessment overall, if you look at the individual play space, we can see that the quality of that space being very close to the 2-hour target doesn't necessarily fail to achieve the guidance and the intent of the guidance. But again, looking at the space as a whole, 3.3.3 does acknowledge that there are many different types of amenity space. There are many different uses that amenity space can be put to. And actually, the fact that a play area may fall marginally below on March 21st doesn't undermine the amenity of those other spaces that are available to residents, nor does it demonstrate that that play area in itself is inherently low quality.
Thank you. And then slightly later on, the point was put to you, well, you want to get kids outside in the winter. Now, bearing in mind the approach that's taken with the BRE guidance, how do you relate the results that you've got in your assessment to the potential use of play space by children in months before the 21st of March?
I think talking to the guidance directly, but also talking again from our own experience, that open spaces can be used all year, and 3.3.1 notes how some of those spaces are used more in spring and summer. Some of them can be used year round, and some of them are more in the winter months. So the different patterns of shading, different areas of shade and well sunlit areas all add to the overall amenity offer. And I think you can still get kids out in open spaces that aren't just playgrounds in those winter months. Indeed, you may actually want to be more active if it is a kind of cooler time of the year.
Thank you. And finally on BRE, if we're going back to paragraph 1.6, please, on PDF page 11. And it's internal page 1. And says there, the guide is intended for building designers and their clients, consultants and planning officials. The advice given here is not mandatory, and the guide should not be seen as an instrument of planning policy. Its aim is to help rather than constrain the designer. Although it gives numerical guidelines, these should be interpreted flexibly, since natural lighting is only one of many factors in the site layout design. To what extent does that part of the guidance differ or accord with the approach that you say needs to be taken to the recommendations?
Clearly, the guidance is meant to be interpreted flexibly in the site context. We had a discussion a little earlier that isn't a one-way street, and that some instances could lead to a more stringent application of the guidance. But I think if you read on through 1.6, we talk about areas with modern high-rise buildings, higher density. It's clear that the direction of travel in taller, denser urban centres is one of additional flexibility rather than applying the targets more stringently. So I think that framing piece really accords with the way that we've interpreted the guidance in this instance.
Thank you very much. And just two final questions, please. Could we take out your appendix 3, the grading study, if you can call it that, in your evidence, where you've looked at the 2R figure in the areas within that. Mm-hmm. And you asked questions where the different parts of 2A were broken up beyond the formal play space. I probably just need to take out very quickly Mr. Price's appendix. I just want to check if one looks at the area outside the formal play area at the northern end of 2A, one considers the rest of the grassed area within Mr. Price's yellow boundary, as it were, that you used for the purposes of calculation. I think you accepted that the majority of that area, the yellow line, would not meet the 50%.
Yes.
But if you look at the area outside the formal area and compare that in your grading study, how would you describe that area outside the formal play space but within the yellow line?
It's exceptionally close to the 2 hours. On our graded study, it's difficult to discern where the kind of sub 2 hour element and the over 2 hour element it kind of bleeds into each other. All those spaces are getting very close, 1.9 hours, if not more, of sunlight on March 21st.
On the area outside the yellow line, which is part of the wider amenity space near the entrance to the travel lodge. Again, you're asking questions, how would you sort of describe, having regard to the grading, how would you describe the of that space, notwithstanding we're stepping across a notional yellow line here.
Yeah. I think the northern part of the allotments is again marginally below the 2 hours, and all of that area around the entrance to the travel lodge and the southern part of the sloped artificial grass, all of that falls just below the 2 hours as well.
Very much. And finally, on internal daylights, you're asked questions about the ADF results in the appendices to your daylight assessment. Just want to understand what your evidence is within your area of expertise. If you're not able to answer this, by all means say so. But you referred to matters such as orientation, glazing design, and so on. To what extent, in your view, can you take the ADF results that are in your appendix and assume that as a result of that, there is scope to reduce those to deal with specifically overheating in the wider context that you mentioned?
You can't, and it's something that we don't do.
And why is that?
Because the ADFs only tell the daylight part of the story, and they're not capturing those other elements of orientation, which is obviously clearly critical in terms of solar gain, or any other elements of that make up the solar gain picture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Thank you, Mr. Lonergan. I haven't got any further questions, so you're released from any further questioning and you can now step down from the witness stand. So thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you for that. What I would like to do very quickly is to take just a 5-minute break, just a quick comfort break, and then come back and Mr. Linus, you'll bring Mr. McCurry, Mr. Stanley in a little bit, jumping ahead there, Mr. Stanley in to do evidence in chief on energy related matters. Is that correct? Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so I will adjourn now. Can we be back for 22, please?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll make a start back. Are we all here?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Linus, then please, if you'd like to call your next witness.
Thank you, ma'am. I will introduce
Oh, can I just ask before I start, Mr. Burton, you were going to look at that sheet, because obviously this is now related to Mr. Stanley's evidence.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to have a look at that yet, or not?
Madam, I've discussed it, or tried to discuss it with Mr. Maguire over lunch and just now as well, trying to just understand what the intention is here. I certainly, I'm afraid I can't agree to this going in until I know from a learned friend what it is he wants to do with it, because it looks to me like it's absolutely ripe with risk that I would need to recall Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Linus?
Ma'am, in summary, the reason it's being produced is you'll recall this issue relating to the diversity factor and the graphs that appeared in Mr. Maguire's evidence. The purpose of introducing the document was to produce a graph which, as I understand it, was intended to be specific to this development based on the manufacturer that was proposed for the use of the air source heat pumps. And the intention behind it was to indicate that essentially the result of the power output of the HP units had in effect a diversity.
Could we be careful about perhaps how far you go? Because what I'd actually envisaged, Mr. Linus, is that you were going to tell me offline what the intention was, and I'd reach a view rather than perhaps telling Madam Inspector what use the.
Otherwise, I'm gaining the evidence, and I
haven't
seen it.
I know you deal with it, Debeni essay.
All right, so I thought I was being asked now. I mean, perhaps what we can do to deal with this, I suspect we may not be able to get to it in the time that we have left this afternoon, and even if we did, I could either pause at that stage, depending on the time, or pass over it, and then make sure that I spoke to Mr. Burton outside the inquiry before Mr. Stanley gives evidence tomorrow.
That was going to be my suggestion.
Very well. So I thought I was being asked to give you an explanation.
No. So sorry, I should have been explicit outside the inquiry. So Madam Inspector, I'd have to cover her ears. Yeah. My general impression, Madam, though, is that if this went in, I'd have to somehow recall Mr. Maguire somehow. So it may be a non-trivial matter, but
okay. Well, if I can leave you to talk outside this inquiry at the end, perhaps if you could have that discussion, and then let me know what your thoughts in the morning, and then I'll have to take that on board and decide whether to accept or not.
Of course, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Linus, please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, I should have raised that myself for introducing Mr. Stanley, but thank you for that. I'm going to introduce Mr. Stanley from his main proof of evidence. Your Carl Stanley, MCI BSc, low carbon consultant, and your director at Couch Perry Wilkes, a firm that's been referred to as CPW thus far at the inquiry. You have over 20 years experience working in the building services industry, with an abundance of experience working on residential schemes similar to the Tolworth Tower proposals. And you've represented CPW as project director for the new build tower design and in compiling the planning documentation for the Tolworth Tower complex. You say in your proof that CPW deliver mechanical, electrical and plumbing designs for around 5,000 residential units a year, and your London-based project team comprises professionals who have skills across housing projects in the UK. You say that your dedicated team is familiar with meeting local planning requirements, including the London Plan, and you routinely provide carbon management plans and energy statements for planning, as well as overheating analysis using mitigation experts and software tools. And although it's not an issue now, you undertake embodied carbon life cycle assessments on projects. And you CPW includes specialist teams, which include passive house consultants, BREEAM accredited professionals, and in-house SAP and Brookfield modelling for Part L professionals. Are all those details correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to do, as with other witnesses, is go through a series of headings, if I may. And the first main heading is site-wide strategy and the energy hierarchy. Okay. And under this main heading, the first thing that I would like to do is just to have as a subheading approach to site-wide strategy. Okay, so that's the first subheading I want to deal with. And can we just explain first of all to the inspector, please, the instruction that you had and the relationship with called Bentley work that's before the inquiry, and your consideration of the site-wide approach in general terms, please.
Yes, of course. So we were instructed by Meadow Partners as M&E and sustainability engineers on towers 2 and 3 alone of the Tolworth complex. We then received a further instruction to consider and compile an energy strategy for the entire complex, including Tolworth Tower and its adjoining spaces. Upon our appointment for towers 2 and 3, we very quickly established the key drivers, sustainability targets and constraints of the site as a whole. This included engagement with the design team for Tolworth Tower, particularly the M&E consultant, Cud Bentley. We had various meetings with them to establish the history of their design and the process of obtaining a resolution to grant. Worth adding that, in my opinion, the fact that phase 1 has a resolution to grant should not be discounted from this appeal, as the energy strategy was agreed with the council. Nonetheless, I did consider the potential for integration as part of a site-wide system and discounted it for the reasons that I'm sure we'll come on to.
Thank you very much. Now, let's deal first of all with policy in the London Plan. That's policy SI2 in particular, and that's at CD5 CD5.3, and if we go to the PDF page, for those who are using the PDF, page 342. Page 342, bear with me. Bear with me. Page 357, sorry, it's page 342 of the internal page, 357 on the PDF. I just want to run through the policy as far as the proposed scheme is concerned, please, and just summarise your position for the inspector. Now, if we start with criterion B, major development goals should include a detailed energy strategy to demonstrate how the zero carbon target will be met within the framework of the energy hierarchy. This reference to detailed energy strategy, how do you approach that, and do you consider you've provided a detailed energy strategy in this case?
Well, firstly, I don't believe either the London Plan or the reference documentation specifically requests a site-wide approach or network to deliver heat energy. And we've provided a detailed energy strategy to demonstrate compliance with this part of policy, which is incorporated in our energy assessment in Appendix L and Cud Bentley's energy assessment Appendix A to my rebuttal. For the Madam Inspector's benefit, this is referenced as core document 9-15. Now, there's going to be a lot of reference to many of my proofs and rebuttals, and I don't know whether or not we need to open these as we go through this process. Mr. Linus, I'd take your advice on that.
Okay, well, let's leave those to one side at the moment. When we need to turn to them, we will. I think there's a risk of having multiple documents open, but when we need to turn to them, we shall.
Absolutely.
So again, as far as you're concerned, Mr. Stanley, is there anything in that part of the policy to require a singular approach to a site-wide assessment?
No.
Thank you very much. And again, we can come on to energy assessment guidance later at CD 513, I think it is. But again, as far as you're concerned, energy assessment guidance, is there anything in there to require a singular site-wide approach?
Well, this guidance, part of its introduction, clearly states that each application is considered on its own merits, taking into account the individual characteristics of the development. For reference, again, for Madam Inspector, this is CD 513, paragraph 1.7. And when cross-referencing the Tolworth complex site with this document, a singular site-wide approach is clearly not a definitive requirement.
Okay. Now, let's move away from criterion B and look back up to criterion A, please. We have the energy hierarchy set out there, and I want just to work through that, please, and identify what we have or what you have done. But before we look at the different criteria individually, can you again just give the inspector an overview as to how your proposed scheme sort of sits as far as the energy hierarchy is concerned?
Of course. Well, this is a roadmap for delivering low carbon buildings, and I, as amongst everybody else, hold it in high regard. As a broad overview, both elements, the new build and the refurbishment, address the energy hierarchy contained within policy SI2A, albeit the criteria are distinctly different on a refurbishment, namely the CO2 emission baseline performance on which the 3 stages of hierarchy improvements begin, which is quite fundamental. Having said that, every effort has been made by the design team to reduce energy demand as far as economically possible. But the council should acknowledge that such measures are limited on a landmark building such as the Tolworth Tower without compromising significantly its visual impact. Moving on to the new build element, the sustainability strategy for towers 2 and 3 is at the cutting edge of low carbon building design. Whilst this hasn't really been acknowledged by the council, likewise it hasn't been challenged. Fabric performance is approaching passive house levels in terms of thermal performance and airtightness, and the energy strategy utilises the available electrical capacity to provide a heat pump driven ambient loop communal system for heating, hot water and cooling purposes. In my opinion, any other strategy would be at detriment to T2 and T3 carbon emissions. It really is at the forefront of low carbon building design, as I've just said. As for Tower 1 refurbishment and change of use, the council are correct in their proof. This part of the development was designed independently and formed part of a previous planning application that has achieved resolution to grant, as I said before. I was asked to consider this developed strategy with a view to submitting a combined application. Having examined the design and engaging with Cud Bentley, the M&E consultant on that scheme, I was satisfied their energy can form part of the submission.
Thank you very much. So let's just look through the different elements of the hierarchy so they just have a summary of our position. Please be lean, use less energy and manage demand during operation. Again, can you summarise in brief terms for the inspector how our proposal sits in this element of the hierarchy, please?
Well, my understanding and my view is that B-Lean focuses on the passive measures of the building. Both the refurbishment and new build elements propose to reduce energy demand and thus carbon emissions beyond building regulations through energy efficient passive design measures of the site, buildings and proficient use of services. For the Madam Inspector's benefit, these can be found in CD 122, PDF page 68 of Cud Bentley's energy statement for Tower 1. Section 7 describes the recommended passive design and energy efficiency measures, which include significant upgrades to the existing construction elements through adherence to identified U values and other measures, including energy efficient lighting and temperature controls.
Okay, Mr. Stanley, just slow down a little bit to help us with our note taking.
Yeah, of course. Apologies.
Thank you very much. So that's the Cudd-Bentley Energy statement relating to Tower 1. I think as well in the rebuttal statement that you prepared, paragraph 232, there's a reference to improving the assumed U values for external wall. Is that correct?
That's right. Yes, we've engaged with the project architects and they've advised that the facade design has been revisited and further improvements can actually be made to its thermal performance without having a significant impact on the area of the apartments. Your reference was correct, and I think this is to be confirmed in a condition. Moving on to T2 and T3, CPW Energy Statement, Section 4.
Okay, let's just keep it nice and slower, please, Mr. Stanley. That's fine.
Okay.
Keep going.
Section 4 also describes passive design measures taken, including site orientation, building fabric design, including use of target U values to address thermal performance, air tightness, and glazing performance. As I previously mentioned, passive house principles have been applied and proposed performance levels are actually approaching compliance criteria.
Thank you very much. And to place that in the context of the London plan, if we go back to CD 5.3 and figure 9.2 on PDF page 359. Again, we don't need to dig out the actual calculations in the energy statement because we'll give the references for that slightly later. But when one's looking at that and one sees the B-lean aspect of the hierarchy and the building regs baseline and the energy efficiency target, what do you say about the B-lean stage of the hierarchy and the work that's been carried out in the energy statements you referred to?
It's been achieved. It's been complied with. I don't think there's any challenge on that front, to be quite honest, on either of the developments, whether it be the new build or the refurbishment.
Okay. Now, if we then look to the next stage of the hierarchy under criterion A, it's B clean, which is exploit local energy resources such as secondary heat and supply energy efficiently and cleanly. And while we're doing that, can we note, if we look down into supporting text for the London plan, we have 9.2.12 on PDF page 361. And under C of that, it says proposals to further reduce carbon emissions through the use of zero or low emission decentralized energy where feasible. You see that? On page 361, do you have that, Mr. Stanley?
Can you just repeat that reference again for me, please?
CD5.4, the London plan, and it is paragraph 9.2.12, which is this part of supporting text to policy SI2 that we've been considering. And I was just taking you to paragraph 9.2.12C, where it referred to reducing carbon emissions through the use of zero or low emission decentralized energy where feasible.
Okay, I'm trying to load this online now, and it's I'm having a few issues.
Okay. What
paragraph page is it? Sorry.
It's PDF page 361, and it's paragraph 9.2.12, 9.2.12. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So one sees there the words "where feasible" in paragraph C. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we read that, but then go back up to the policy. On PDF page 357, the relationship between that and the second stage, be clean. Can you just explain again how the proposals fit with this aspect of the hierarchy, please?
Be clean relates to energy networks, and primarily the focus is on district heat networks alone. And our investigations have concluded that the development is not sited within a heat network priority area, nor is a district heat network planned for the area in the future. Cudd-Bentley's energy statement, section 8.1, confirms the results of the DECC, that's the Department for Climate Change, database shows no existing or proposed networks and further confirms that the London heat map demonstrates the same. CPW Energy Statement, Section 5, describes the same findings.
Thank you very much. And there was at least a sort of hint from the council's evidence that, well, the London heat map doesn't sort of contain all sort of relevant information. There may be something else, out there. What view do you take on that? And as far as your research is concerned, or that of Cod Bentley, any existing or planned networks out there for the scheme to connect to, and the extent of the research that you've done, please?
Well, in terms of strict policy, heat network priority areas are defined by the Mayor as explained in 9.3.4 of the London Plan. As far as I'm concerned, the only source of information identified in policy is the London heat map. However, pending further investigations, we have revealed that the AECOM Energy Master Plan, which is in our supplementary rebuttal Appendix F, does consider heat networks in the Kingston upon Thames and Tolworth area. Does everybody need to open that?
Let's just, without going to it, I think in the interest of time, Mr. Stanley, can you just summarise to the inspector, giving any references you want to, what you draw from that document?
That document states that AECOM were requested to examine the Tolworth area due to the presence of a large commercial building, Tolworth Tower, and a number of local redevelopment areas. So this development is captured in this report. Moving down the report, it goes on to say, the potential for development of district heating networks in the Tolworth area appears extremely limited due to the location and nature of the identified heat loads and limited scope for expansion. A greater potential may lie in the Tolworth area becoming part of a wider network if and when this becomes viable.
And do you have a reference to that to help the inspector?
The first statement I made was PDF page 6, and the second reference that I made was PDF page 39.
Thank you very much. Now, I think one point that Mr. McGuire may have raised is that, well, when you look in the document, it suggests that there may be potential for the site itself to contribute in the future. Again, what response do you have to that in the context of the policy criterion that we're looking at?
Well, yes, but this suggestion does not deal with this aspect of policy, which is connection to existing networks. And in any event, for reasons that we will come on to, it's not feasible to have this on the Tolworth Tower complex.
Thank you very much. So drawing it all together, as far as you are concerned, have you investigated sufficiently the prospect for connecting to a heat network?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, just one other point which falls within this topic relating to heat networks. If we go to paragraph 9.3.4 of the London Plan, and it's on PDF page 365, on page 350 of the internal. Here we're dealing with a paragraph that talks about connecting to existing heat networks wherever feasible, which picks up on the point we've dealt with already. At the end of 9.3.4, it says major development proposals outside heat network priority areas should select a low carbon heating system to appropriate the heat demand of development, provide a solution for managing peak demand as with heat networks, and avoids high energy bills for occupants. Now again, major development proposals outside heat network priority areas, is that us or is it not?
That is us, yes.
Okay. And it should select a low carbon heating system that's appropriate for heat demand development. Again, so what approach do you take to that part of the guidance as far as whether or not there's a prescriptive or a flexible approach to be taken.
Well, there is a flexible approach to be taken, of course, and all I can really confirm is that both the communal systems that are proposed on this development meet this criteria.
Thank you very much. Now, again, sticking with this part of the hierarchy and some points that were raised in evidence previously, we have the energy assessment guidance, which is CD 513. If we just take that out, please, just want to see what your view is on how aspects of that guidance fit into this part of the hierarchy, please. We go to CD 513 and go to paragraph 910, first of all, which is on PDF page 36. Do you have that, Mr. Stanley?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, just taking this in steps, 910, if one just scrolls a little bit up the page and onto the previous page, you see a heading, the heating hierarchy, and 9.7 starts to comply with London Plan Policy SI3 developments and heat network priority areas. Should have a communal low temperature heating system. Okay, so again, are we in a heat network priority area?
No.
No. Okay, so if one reads down through 9.7 to 9.10, development should provide a communal heat network and allow a single point of connection. Does that apply to all developments in your view, or to developments in a heat network priority area?
We're still referencing developments that are located within a heat network priority at this point.
Okay, so does 9.10 apply here in your view to our scheme?
In my opinion, no.
No, right. The 9.11 for developments outside HNPAs, a communal system is recommended. Individual heating systems will be appropriate for low density individual housing, where no district heating networks are planned or feasible, or where evidence is provided that communal system is uneconomic. Again, we're going to look at other aspects of the guidance, but how do you say the inspector 9.11 should be applied in this case?
Well, whilst this is the recommended solution under 9.11, we do consider this uneconomic given the constraints of the site and further viability issues surrounding cost. Therefore, an individual building by building communal system is more appropriate in this instance.
Thank you. And when it says a communal system is recommended, again, without wanting to labour the point, to what extent do you consider that as a requirement or recommendation? How would you approach that as far as the inspector is concerned?
Well, that each individual submission needs to be based on its own merits and characteristics, as the opening statement suggests in this guidance.
And if one goes on to paragraph 935 on PDF page 41, please. Here we have under heading scenario 3, development in areas where an area-wide heat work is not proposed, which is not within an HNPA. Again, are we in that scenario or not, Mr. Stanley?
Scenario 3 explicitly describes our developments, so yes, it does relate.
Okay, so 935, now bearing in mind what we've read in 911, says this: in such areas, an on-site heat work may still be applicable to a given new development if of sufficient size and density to benefit from a decentralized heating solution. Alternatively, a communal heat network within each individual building may be more appropriate. This will be considered on a case-by-case basis. So again, what do you say the inspector should take from that paragraph, read with 911 as well?
As I just said, this scenario relates to the Tolworth development and as such is more appropriate. Site-wide solutions have been considered and discounted given the extent of challenges and constraints. And as a result, a communal heat network within each building is proposed, which I believe should be considered acceptable by the council.
Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to the next stage of the hierarchy then, please. B green. Essentially, proposals to reduce emissions by maximising renewables on site. Again, can we just very briefly, please, summarise the inspector how this part of the hierarchy plays out as far as the proposals are concerned?
Well, with the exception of BC, which we'll come on to, this is the final stage of decarbonisation in terms of provision of services or renewable energy. And so we only really focus on this once we've optimized the first 2 stages. So starting with the refurbishment, I again refer to core document 122, and I'll go as slowly as I can because I'm going to be reading off other appendices and PDF pages. Sticking with Cud Bentley's energy statement, section 9, page 37, which considers viable low zero carbon technologies, and table 1.6, page 9, residential, and table 1.4, page 8, commercial, provides the calculated carbon emission savings as a result of the proposed heat pump technology and photovoltaic panels. The end result of these 3 stages demonstrates a total improvement of around 42%.
On what?
On the refurbishment, on building regulations. The absolute minimum in accordance with the London plan is 35%, so there's a 7%.
Okay, and that's for T1. As far as T2 and T3
it is. So with regard to the new build element, towers 2 and 3, again, I'll refer to CD 122, which is our energy statement. Section 6, page 14. Table 9, page 27, which report the same findings, but in this instance, an improvement of 61% over building regulations by the use of heat pumps alone. We did look at the viability of photovoltaic panels on the roofs of towers 2 and 3, but space provision was limited, overshadowing from the plant had an impact, and the benefit was negligible.
Again, as far as this aspect, the hierarchy is concerned, have you maximised the renewables on site as far as T2 and 3 are concerned?
I believe so, yeah. We're at 61% improvement. So yes, a considerable betterment over the 35% threshold. Probably just actually worth mentioning back to the refurbishment. Again, this has been conditioned, but we've worked together with Cud Bentley and are proposing that the heating system flow temperature serving T1 is reduced from the original 70 degrees to 55 degrees, which will further increase the contribution from the air source heat pump. Revised carbon emission figures are outstanding. We haven't worked those out yet, but we are confident of a slight reduction.
Thank you very much. Just to help the inspector, if you reduce the temperature, does that mean you're reducing the temperature that's effectively served by the gas boilers, or so that you put more in the air source heat pump? How does it work in very simple terms?
Air source heat pumps operate much more efficiently at lower grade heat temperatures. So the lower the flow temperature on the heating, the more efficiency that you can extract from the heat pump. Thank
you very much. So what's the effect of that? Is an increase in the contribution of the air source heat pumps to meeting demand?
Not to meet demand, no. It certainly improves its contribution, though there will still be a significant amount of gas provision from the boiler plant, but it will certainly improve the carbon emissions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Then if we move on to B scene, please. Again, just explain to the inspector compliance or otherwise with this aspect of hierarchy.
This was an addition to the most recently adopted London Plan B scene. Now, initially, whilst we incorporated all of the metering and monitoring requirements, we did not reference it in either of the energy statements. These have since been updated as part of the appeal and submitted as evidence. They confirm that the B scene element of the London Plan will strictly be adhered to in terms of energy metering, monitoring, verifying and reporting. For reference, we should see Cud Bentley Energy Statement section 10.1 and CPW Energy Statement section 7. Both describe the approach and confirm that the policy objective can in fact be achieved.
Thank you very much. And again, just to go back to the London Plan policy SI2, that deals with the hierarchy under criterion A. We've looked at B already. we've probably covered C, but just to confirm, the minimum on-site reduction at least 35% beyond building regs required for major development, split between resi and non-resi. Again, the first part of C, do we meet that or not?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Very much. And then if we stick with that part of the policy, the second part of C talks about not being able to achieve a zero carbon target on site. A shortfall should be provided through a contribution to a carbon offset fund. And that covers D as well. It's not specifically covered in detail in your evidence, but again, what do you understand to be the position as far as that aspect of the case is concerned?
Well, if it isn't provided in the evidence, it's certainly being committed to through the planning obligations. So,
okay.
Yes, we've worked with the clients to understand what the magnitude of that will be.
Thank you very much. Now, I just want to deal with a couple of other elements from the London plan and paragraph 9 to 12 that we looked at already on PDF page 361. This relates to what energy strategies should contain. Now, many of these will already have been covered as we work through the main elements of the energy hierarchy. Just want to pick up a couple of other points, please. And one relates to future proofing, and one sees that on PDF page 362, criterion I. It says proposals explaining how the site has been future-proofed to achieve zero carbon on-site emissions by 2050. So to the extent that this isn't necessarily so strictly part of the approach taken under the energy hierarchy under the main element of the policy, but is nonetheless relevant given 9 to 12. Can you just explain in summary to the inspector how provisions have been made for this in the energy strategy, please?
Well, in my opinion, future proofing should be made on all developments, regardless of policy. But to be clear, provision has been made on both the new build and refurbishment, firstly for connection into district heating networks if one was ever brought forward. And that can be referenced in 5.2 of CPWs and section 8 of the revised Code Bentley energy statements in the CPW rebuttal. I guess we should pick up on Mr. Maguire's note on this connection, which was contained in his technical note, which dealt with Appendix C.
Just a pause for a second, please. So this is CD 10.7, which is Mr. Maguire's supplementary note in response to your supplementary rebuttal.
That's correct, yes.
Very much. And he has a section in there where he's responding to each of the appendices in turn that you included in your supplementary rebuttal. So if we go to PDF page 9, I think, his section 4 is Appendix C, drawing demonstrating plant provision for a future connection to DHN. Okay.
Yeah. So whilst we haven't provided detailed schematics or plant room drawings showing the proposed connection itself, we believe that more than adequate plant space provision has been allocated in the basements of T1 and T3 to accommodate the associated heat exchangers, plant and primary and secondary connection arrangements. During the next stage of the design, this can be developed further if deemed necessary.
So I think his comments were relating on your Appendix C, which was the plant space for T2, T3, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so he makes points about how would this connect to a network at or around the site boundary. He's suggesting it's not clear how it was going to connect to the ambient loop networks, and then he refers to space being allocated in the water services tank room and issues over potential heat buildup. Yeah, and so far as these are raised as sort of particular points arising from your plan, do you think what view do you take about them as far as indicating insurmountable issues or otherwise?
Well, as far as a planning application is concerned, providing space allocation and a clear, simple route to the boundary, it should suffice.
Thank you very much.
The other elements that are picked up in Mr. Maguire's response are well founded, but are things that we would expect to undertake during the next stage of the design. The connection to the boundary would be fairly straightforward, and the injection arrangement to the ambient loop would also be relatively straightforward too.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to this document, so we should just leave that open, please. If we go back to 9.12, please, again, picking up on other elements of the supporting text to SI2. L asked for an analysis of the expected cost occupants associated with proposed energy strategy.
Sorry to interject, Mr. Liner. So that isn't the only future-proofing element of the scheme.
Sorry, my fault. I was reading ahead. You're quite right.
Apologies. Secondly, the fact that we're using air source heat pumps is also future-proofing the development. It has a much greater carbon credentials, and certainly will continue to do so in the future as carbon factors for electricity assumed in performance will decrease due to decarbonisation of the electricity grid. And although exact figures and rate of reduction are unknown at this moment in time, it's almost a given by the way that the offshore wind generation and the reduction in coal-fired power stations is upon us. Finally, and I guess relating more so to Tower 1, it's also worth noting that although a predominantly gas-fired solution is proposed for Tower 1, measures are being implemented to, one, connect into a future low-carbon air source heat pump-driven network, as we just discussed before, should one become available within the life cycle of the building, and two, whilst the proposed heating system is not an interim solution, it does include some flexibility to accommodate switchover to an all-electric heat pump strategy in the future, should the electrical capacity become available. So this includes further enhancements to the building envelope performance over and above what is currently net proposed, and the reduced heating water temperatures that we've already described. Both are fundamental when assessing the viability of electrical solutions. I believe both measures are being conditioned, but I'd ask you and the planning consultants to confirm that.
Okay, we can pick that up in the condition session. Okay, now, is there anything more you want to say about future proofing, Mr. Stanley? Good, okay. If we go back to 9.2.12 of the supporting text of policy SI2 in the London plan, it's on PDF page 362. There is a reference to confirmation of offsetting arrangements we've dealt with, whole out carbon emissions assessment, which is an issue, and then L, analysis of the expected cost occupants associated with proposed energy strategy. Now we'll come back to cost to occupants slightly later, but again, can you confirm whether or not that has been included in the energy strategies?
Yes, it has in both Cud Bentley's and our energy strategy. I've got two appendixes here, Appendix K, Section 7.2 of the Cud Bentley energy statement, and Appendix L, Section 7.1 of CBW energy statement.
Thank you very much. And I think possibly the final point for today, given the time, under M of 9.2.12, it says proposals that connect to or create new heat networks should include details of the design criteria and standards for their systems as set out in policy SI3. And perhaps we can cover this along with SI3 criterion E, which has been considered already at the inquiry, and that's at PDF page 364. Now, I mean, in your rebuttal, Mr. Stanley, I think perhaps you can confirm, did you seek to give examples when one looks at criterion E on page 364 of how the design of the scheme complied with Code of Practice CP 1? Is that something you did in your rebuttal?
Well, although references to CIBSE CP1 have been referred to in my proof and rebuttal relating to policy SI3E, we've actually been further investigating the relationship to CP1 in the context of policy. And my interpretation is that CP1 in this context relates primarily to large scale and district heating networks and opportunities to connect into existing networks. And as such, Tolworth complex proposals are not covered by criterion E. Having said this, And again, referring back to some of the points that Mr. Maguire made, many of the design guidelines in CP1 outside of district heating networks are considered best practice and have been implemented on both the refurbishment and new build elements. So to make our position clear, and I say we in the context of Cud Bentley and CPW, we only intend to develop, if necessary, a statement of applicability that identifies items from CPW1 that are being implemented in our designs as best practice.
As far as the policy is concerned, Mr. Stanley, I mean, why do you review that criterion E only applies where you're looking effectively at a district heating network and not this proposal?
Because that's what criterion E references.
Thank you very much. So the reference and criteria to heat network should achieve good practice design. How do you approach that part of criterion E?
We're not proposing a heat network.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so just to wrap things up then, I mean, we've dealt with SI3 there because we were taken there by part of the supporting text for SI2. But can you just confirm, before we can move on to alternative site-wide options, what your overall position is on SI2 and the supporting text? Do we meet SI2 or do we conflict with it? What's your overall position, please?
Well, to summarise what we've just been through, a singular site-wide strategy is not a specific requirement, and we've demonstrated how we meet all stages of SI2 hierarchy and relevant policy requirements. So for the reasons, again, that I'm sure we'll come on to in alternative site-wide options, it's not viable to reduce emissions further through a singular system.
Okay, thanks very much. Ma'am, I think that's probably the most convenient point to break. Tomorrow morning, we'll look at the two alternative site-wide solutions that have been considered, and we'll pick up some of the detail in Mr. Maguire's supplementary as well.
Thank you. I appreciate you finishing on time. So thank you. So I'll adjourn for now, and we'll resume in the morning at 9:30. And if we can start off with my understanding whether we accept the additional evidence or not, and then we'll continue with evidence in chief on Mr. Stanley. Okay.
Thank you very much. And I will contact Mr. Burton as soon as I can after we close. I may need to take some instructions on various matters, but I will contact him as soon as I can.
That's fine, Mr. Linus. Mr. Linus, may I ask, do you have any rough idea where we stand in terms of time to conclude, Chief? Just so we can start mapping out the days.
Based on the time we've taken thus far this afternoon, probably about an hour and a quarter. I'll try and cut it down, actually. I'll look at what I think I want to cover and see if I can get that down to about an hour or so. So we're not under too much pressure tomorrow.
Yeah, understood. Okay, well, madam, just to obviously let you know, I'll look as hard as I can at my cross-examination. Based on time estimates, of course, that would mean that we would not conclude cross of Mr. Stanley tomorrow, given the 4:30 tomorrow close.
Does that then have an impact on Mr. McCurry? Because I know he needs to be.
I think in those circumstances, ma'am, I would bring Mr. McCurry forward because I think if I called Mr. Ashdown on the basis that we weren't starting him on the Thursday, but we were finishing off Mr. Stanley, then I don't think we would want to assume that we'd be able to do that and Mr. McCurry in Thursday. So we're better off starting Mr. McCurry, getting him done on the Thursday, and that gives us a bit more scope to deal with the other two witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah, as I say, madam, I'll look over my cross and do my very best to get it done. Okay, fine. That's
okay. Okay, thank you. I'll adjourn for now, and I will resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.